Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Bonnie, how are you? And Iris, to answer your question a second ago, like I said, I don't know when it was that they realized they had the wrong year model that they were putting out to the public, but they never came out and told us or told the public when they figured out the actual year model of the car. Dan, how are you? Hey Gabrielle, how are you? Elliot, how are you tonight? And yeah, Iris, that is true also. He has 10 days to respond to it. What day is it, Elliot? Cotton Gin, how are you? All right, y'all. Email's pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me. So I get to change my display name today, so I want your all's opinion on what to change it to. Not sure if I want to go back to Elliot. Just Elliot, whatever you want to change it to. Hey Scott, hey Linda, how are y'all? Sally Mae, how are you? Hey Elvis, how are you? Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you tonight? Hey Marissa. Thank you, Elvis. Thank you for joining us. Hold on just a second, y'all. I'm making sure that all of my chats are on live chat. So everybody, y'all make sure y'all's this too, because for some reason mine's done jump back to top chat already tonight. So Elvis, are you from the Moscow area? Okay, lived there for 7 years. That's cool. See, from Napa near Boise. Okay. Well, I will for sure if I have any questions that I can think of, or if anybody in the chat has any questions, we may have to hit you up for some answers. Lord, hold on. I don't know what is up with YouTube here lately. Let's see, but went to U of I from 2005 to 2012. Okay. So Elvis, while you were at U of I, was it anything the way that they're portraying it to be now? It's a Pi Delta. Yeah, y'all please hit the thumbs up if y'all don't mind. See, what if BK was sleeping in his apartment and cell phone pings picked up at a radius of 20 miles? Iris, that's another good question. And that reminds me, if Big Al comes in here tonight, then we need to ask him that. What is, like, the range miles that one of those cell phone towers can pick up? All right, y'all, let me get my stuff pulled up here. Because the state has sent out a request for discovery disclosure out to Bryan and his attorney, and they are demanding an alibi. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Iris, I think it was 9 point something. I forgot what the exact mileage was on it, but it was between 9 and 10 miles. All right, let me fix this where y'all will be able to see it better. All right, can everybody see this okay? Okay, thank you, Michelle. All right, so this is the state's request for discovery disclosure, and the alibi is demanded. So it's to the defendant, Bryan Christopher Kohberger, and his counsel, Ann Taylor. It says, please take notice that the undersigned, pursuant to the Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rule, requests discovery and inspection of the following information, evidence, and material. All books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, or copies or portions thereof, which are within the possession, custody, or control of the defendant, and which the defendant intends to introduce in evidence at trial. All results or reports of physical or mental examinations and of specific scientific tests or experiments made in connection with the case or copies thereof within the possession or control of the defendant, which the defendant intends to introduce in evidence at trial, or which were prepared by a witness whom the defendant intends to call at the trial when the results or the reports relate to testimony of the witness. A list of the names and addresses of all the witnesses that the defendant intends to call at the trial, and all written summaries or reports of any testimony that the defense intends to introduce pursuant to the Rules 702, 703, or 705 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence at Trial or the Hearing. The summaries provided must describe the witness's opinions, the facts, and the data for those opinions, and the witness's qualifications. Disclosure of the expert opinions regarding mental health shall also comply with the requirements of the Idaho Code 18207. This shall be continuing request pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 16J. The undersigned further requests permission to copy and inspect said information, evidence, and material at the prosecuting attorney's office, Latah County Courthouse in Moscow, Idaho, within 14 days of the service of this request. Further, the state hereby demands of the defendant notice of defense of alibi pursuant to the Idaho Code 19519 and the Idaho Criminal Rule 12.1. Hey, Margot, how are you? So that was signed by the prosecutor, William Thompson, and it was sent to Ian Taylor's office. Now, this doesn't mean that Bryan has an alibi. It is just telling them that if he does have it, he has to turn it over to them, who it is. Hey, Roger, and all that. Now, I do have another thing here that I want to show y'all. It has to do with this, but let me grab it out of my bookmarks real quick. Roger, we're doing good. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, 1 second here. Okay, and this is from 2014 Idaho statutes. This was like the earliest one that I could find, or the latest one I could find. Elvis, I'm from Louisiana. Okay, so it says Title 19, Criminal Procedure, Chapter 5, Complaint and Warrant of Arrest, Section 19519, Notice of Defense of Alibi. Hold on, give me just a second. Hold on. All right, how to answer a message. Okay, so 19519, a notice of defense of alibi, one at any time after arraignment or before a magistrate upon a complaint and upon written demand of the prosecuting attorney, the defendant shall serve within 10 days. And it says 10 days on here, but they're giving them, I believe the other one said 14. Within 10 days or at such different time as the court may direct upon the prosecuting attorney or a written notice of his intention to offer a defense of alibi. Such notice by the defendant shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense, and the names and the addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi. Number 2 says, within 10 days after receipt of the defendant's notice of the alibi, but in no event less than 10 days before the trial, unless the court otherwise directs, the prosecuting attorney shall serve upon the defendant or his attorney a written notice stating that the names and the addresses of the witnesses upon whom the prosecution intends to rely to establish the defendant's presence at the scene of the alleged offense or any other witnesses to be relied on to rebut testimony of any of the defendant's alibi witnesses. So if Bryan produces an alibi, then the state can come back and produce their witness to say that Bryan's alibi is possibly lying. So 3 says, if prior to or during the trial, a party learns of an additional witness whose identity, if known, should have been included in the information furnished under subsection 1 or subsection 2 of this section, the party shall promptly notify the other party or his attorney of the existence and the identity of such additional witnesses. Hey Freya, how are you? So 4 says, upon the failure of either party to comply with the requirements of this section, the court may exclude the testimony of any undisclosed witnesses offered by such party as to the defendant's absence from or presence at the scene of the alleged offense. This section shall not limit the right of the defendant to testify in his own behalf. And number 5 says, for good cause shown, the court may grant an exception to any of the requirements of subsections 1 through 4 of this section. So we won't ever know until the trial starts if Bryan has any alibis. Which as of right now isn't until October the 2nd, and that is if they don't move it back. All right, I'm dropping the link early tonight. If anybody wants to grab it and come up, talk about this, y'all are more than welcome to. And Irish, yeah, that's what they're saying. They're requiring them to turn over anything that has to do with his alibi. Which I'm still wondering if that's maybe why they wanted to talk to Bethany. And her holding this exculpatory evidence that they're claiming that she has. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? One second. Okay. I have to jump over to my email now. See, Bonnie says, I didn't know that they could do that before the trial. Bonnie, they're probably doing that to see if he's going to try to claim that he has an alibi. That way they can go out and find someone, if they don't already have one, as a rebuttal to prove that that his alibi is not a good one. Marissa, that's fine, honey. It's just talking about the state is demanding if Bryan has an alibi that he has to produce it to him. It's going to be very interesting, y'all, whenever this goes to court or whenever it goes to trial. Thank you so much, Bryan, but the witness list is for trial. Yeah, I think, let me go back to it real quick, Iris. I know that the Idaho website says 10 days. I believe, hold on, let me go back to it real quick and pull it back up. Let's see, hold on. I want to say that Mr. Thompson give him 14 days. Yeah, that's what he did. Hold on, I'll pull it back up here. Hey, Jan, how are you? Bullets, how are you? Hey, Vapor, how are you? See, is that true? You can't hold your defense stance to yourself. Dub, the only thing that they're asking for is just his alibi, and that's it. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, where was it? Was it Iris that had asked this? See, I say that. Yeah, Iris, that's what it has on the Idaho website, the one that I was just reading. But this one here, let me zoom it in where y'all can see it better. But it does say that they have within 14 days of the service of this request. Hey, Tonka, how are you? So I guess he's going to give them a few more days to get it in. But Thea, I'm doing good. How are you? Hey, Misbehaving, how are you? Cherokee Raider, how are you tonight? And he also could be giving her a few more days because they do have all these other court dates that they have coming up. They've got one June, well, they've got two different things happening on June the 9th. And then they got another one happening June the 27th. So that may be the reason why he's given her a few more days. Because they have to get all of that stuff together too. All right, y'all. All right. So let me, because I have an article I want to read, and it's talking about. I just got to find it. What is next for BK? And it's talking about his upcoming court stuff. Just got to get it all pulled up here. Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? Riddler, how are you? All right, so this says what's next for Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering four Idaho students. So it says his trial is set for October the 2nd, but that could always be pushed back, which I hope not. Meanwhile, more hearings are set for the month of June. And if anybody grabs the link to come on panel, I am not looking at my StreamYard, so you may have to sit there for a few minutes while I'm reading this. I just want to let everybody know, that way you don't think that I'm just letting y'all sit there. All right. So it says, before Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering the four University of Idaho students, goes to trial in October, there still is more business to take care of in the Latah County court system. So Kohberger, 28, is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, as well as 1 count of felony burglary for entering a home with the intent to murder. Kohberger was arraigned on May the 22nd in the 2nd District Court after being indicted by a grand jury. He stood silent when the judge asked if he wanted to enter the plea, and a plea of not guilty was entered on his behalf. So 2 hearings in regard to a non-dissemination order will take place on June the 9th. That is for Shannon Gray. That one, hey HT, how are you? That one is at 10:30 on June the 9th, and then the other one on June 9th is at 1:30, and that is for Mr. Caron and the whole media coalition and all them. All right, so the order requires investigators, prosecutors, and other with knowledge of evidence in the case to refrain from speaking to the media who have been outspoken about the restrictions that they are facing when it comes to the access to information. The Associated Press and the Idaho media outlets filed a motion to nullify the gag order on February the 6th, saying that they don't believe that the media publicity in the case would affect Kohberger's right to a fair trial, which is currently set for October the 2nd. They also argue that some of the victims have families that feel bound by the gag order because they want to discuss their thoughts about Kohberger himself, and that there are First Amendment free speech rights that allow for attorneys, officers, or others to share their thoughts freely. After the AP filed the motion to vacate the gag order, Kohberger and his attorney Ann Taylor filed a brief in response saying that the criminal trial has attracted enormous pretrial publicity in Idaho and across the world. The court's non-dissemination order is directed solely at the trial participants and is necessary to preserve the constitutional rights to a fair trial. The Gonzalez family attorney, Shannon Gray, also filed a motion to amend or clarify the gag order because he feels the order is too broad and vague. This hearing will take place on June the 9th, 10:30 a.m. prior to the hearing on the AP motion. And Latah County District Judge John C. Judge told attorneys after Kohberger's arraignment that he believes the media has done irreparable harm in this case already. That's when he literally told them that they needed to tone it down. Hey, Titanium, how are you? So on June the 27th, Kohberger, his defense, and the prosecution will be present for a motion hearing to compel the prosecution to hand over pieces of evidence that the defense believes they are withholding. So the defense attorneys said in their motion to compel discovery that they believe that there is exculpatory evidence, meaning evidence that could absolve Kohberger of guilt, in his car, his parents' home, and other unspecified reports and documents. The prosecution responded claiming that they have given the defense all the evidence that they have. Prosecutors have not said if they will be seeking the death penalty against Kohberger, but they have 60 days from his plea entry to file, which I believe today they still had 55 days. Hey, Big Al, how are you? So if that happens, Kohberger's attorneys would have to prepare a death defense, and the state must find a jury that would be able to oversee a death penalty case, which could push his trial further out than October the 2nd. This also requires more work from the prosecution, who would have to prove aggravating circumstances in a death penalty case, which are circumstances that increase the heinous and seriousness of a crime. In order to move the trial to a later date, a judge must find good cause, meaning the delay is somehow relevant to the trial being impartial. The delay is necessary to safeguard the defendant and the attorneys involved in the case, or any other factors the judge deems prevalent. Some have also questioned if Kohberger's trial could be moved to a different county, which would only happen if a motion is filed for a change of venue. So according to the Idaho Criminal Rule 21, a judge may only grant the change of venue for a trial if an impartial trial cannot be held in the same county or in the interest of justice and the convenience for the witnesses. Hey, Lady B, how are you? Hey, Janie, how are you tonight? 60 calendar days recorded. I believe it is calendar days because he had his arraignment on the 22nd, which was this past Monday. And it was said today on Twitter that it was meaning Saturday, because I don't know if it's already Sunday for some people. But as of Saturday, it was 55 days left before they had to let him know. So honestly, I think they're going to go for the death penalty. I'm just wondering how long it's going to take the prosecutor to come out and say that he's going to go for the death penalty. Yeah, Arsamini is still at it. Okay, I go so far as to say that they are not working on a plea deal. Taka, I don't think so. I'm with you. I don't think that they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna offer him a plea. This is something that you got 4 kids. Hey, Debbie, how are you? That was murdered. Very brutal. The whole thing is. And then I'm sure that they're going to take into consideration how he acted after the murders. Basically went on about his everyday life like nothing had happened, and he had no emotions or anything like that. So they're going to take all that into consideration, I'm sure. Big Al, how are you?
Good evening. I am okay.
That's good. You feeling okay?
It's been a day.
Okay.
Got to cook in jail waiting for the U.S. Marshals to come and get him. So you learn something about somebody every day, right?
Wait, say that again?
My cook was arrested this morning by the U.S. Marshals and is sitting in the county jail waiting to be extradited to the state of Washington for what I do not know. They would not tell me.
Oh, wow. So now you're down to cook on
yeah, on a holiday
weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome. But anyway. I'm still doing better. I'm still doing better than Bryan.
I hate to hear that though. That sucks.
It is what it is. You know what? I actually started laughing. Yeah, I did. It's just what's next.
Right.
Yeah, you don't see the U.S. Marshals every day though.
True.
That's for sure.
True.
Oh crap.
In my opinion, if they offered him a deal, they would look like their case is weak to the defense. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do a plea. I really don't. I think if they do that, it's the families are going to be like super upset. Hey, CJ,
I think they might try.
you think?
Yeah, well, he's a narcissist. He doesn't want to die.
But you think he's going to admit to doing something wrong?
I think that's where he'd be hitting the brick wall. His want to not die and his need to not say what happened
So
they're gonna have a huge battle.
Yeah, because is he going to do what's right and confess to everything, or is he going to let his ego get in the way and just be like, I'm not going to take the plea deal?
I honestly think he'll probably in the end let his ego get in the way because he's just too empty. We talked about that the other night. The look of that man is empty.
Vapor said that your cook is an accomplice to the BK murders.
Well, it's Washington State, so there you go.
They didn't tell you what part of Washington?
Nope. I know she lived in Snohomish County. I know that. But so that's all I know. And I even did a warrant search. I did a warrant search online. Nothing comes up. I called the county jail, called a couple connections that I have. They couldn't pull it up. All they could pull up was that she's got it's called a fugitive from justice warrant.
I mean, this would be pretty bad
it's a body only warrant.
Oh wow,
there's
it's gotta be pretty bad if the U.S. Marshals are coming to get her.
Well, the first thing the marshal said to me is he turned to me and he goes, "You can't fucking bail her out." And I went, "Oh wow, right." That's all you had to say.
But how old is she?
She's 43.
Okay, so she's not young then.
She's not young, no.
Okay.
I think at one point in her life she had a problem with drugs.
Oh.
And I don't know if it's drugs or something that stemmed from the problem with drugs.
Right.
I don't know which it is, but in my experience, usually it's got to be pretty serious for him to put you on an airplane in shackles and fly you back. So I'm pretty sure I probably won't see her again.
You might as well just put out feelers.
No, I'm already trying. I'm already trying. I mean, it's just crazy up here right now. Nobody wants to work, and that's just what it comes down to. So, but it is what it is.
Tonka just asked a good question. So she says, I don't believe Bryan acted alone. What would you do if your alibi is already dead?
Oh.
What
you're
do you do?
Screwed.
I mean, you would have to have a video of you and your alibi or
something concrete.
Yeah.
You can't point at a headstone and go, they did it.
Right. So, I mean, unless and that's everybody's just got good questions tonight.
And you got somebody backstage.
Okay, hold on. Let me get back over. I did not have my...
GG, I wish it was as easy as $12 on Crime Talk. I would gladly pay it because it would probably save me $10,000 in lost income over the next 2 weeks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages.
Hey, Bethea, how are you?
All right. I was just what's good, Big Al? I was just saying about that last question. That was a phenomenal question.
The one that Tonka asked?
Yes, considering that we haven't heard anything about Alibi except for that other case that he was accused of being involved in.
Oh, the Dana Smithers case?
Yeah.
Well, my question about that is why would we hear about Alibi when he basically invoked his right to remain silent and wasn't really questioned?
That's another good one.
I mean, the whole Dana Smithers thing, I'm kind of questioning. Hey, see you later. How are you? That is because they came out whenever Bryan didn't come out and said that Bryan Kohberger's parents had been subpoenaed to go before a grand jury and testify, and it had to do with the Dana Smithers case. But also in the same paragraph says that Bryan apparently has a solid alibi. So then I thought, well, maybe the parents were the alibi. Why would they still need to testify though? After, at least the dad anyway, still have to testify after the police come out from that area and say that Bryan has nothing to do with the case. He's not connected to it.
Which brings up part of the title for this live. State demands Bryan's alibi. Still,
that is
question. Still, that question lingers. Why?
I don't know. It's the craziness, the twists and the turns. Hey, RVing, how are you? The twists and the turns and the up and down shenanigans that they got going on, and all this and that. See, I believe Tonka is referring to Brent K. Yeah, I'm sure that's who it probably was, Vapor. Let's see, Bryan and Brent lived in the same area. His phone is going to ping in that area. Okay, Big Al, that reminds me. I wanted to ask you something real quick. Regarding the cell phone towers, just either in Moscow, and I remember we had talked about this before, but I don't remember your answer. And I know I remember you said something about it's got to do with the mountains and hills and all this. But in an area like that, how far do you think one of those cell phone towers will phone ping from or ping off of?
It terrain related, power related, up to 7 miles, 7 to 14 miles.
Okay.
Between 7 and 14 miles. Now, you got to remember, there's a 60-foot cell phone tower, and then there's 160-foot cell phone towers. Without being there, it's really hard to find out what the strength and size of a tower is. I could probably find out if I really started digging, because the higher up you put the equipment, the further it's going to work.
It's going to reach, yeah. Okay, because somebody had asked in the chat earlier, and I forgot exactly what the question was, but I said, the Big Al comes in tonight. I need to ask him that because I know that it is 9 point something miles from the girl's house to Pullman, Washington.
Well, what you'd want to do is you'd want to pull up a map of the towers, overlay that with a Google map, and start drawing lines and see how far it is from that address to each tower.
Okay.
And the one that's the closest is most likely, not always, but could most likely be the one that it's connecting to. Now there's a lot of factors. There's traffic on the tower. How many calls are going across that tower? Are they bumping calls to another tower because that tower's full? I mean, you think of it this way. If you had a funnel and a mason jar full of marbles, and only one marble will go through the funnel at a time. No matter how full that funnel is, only one marble can go through at a time.
Which would take forever for all of them to get through it.
Exactly. So if the funnel's full, the equipment is set up to reroute or bypass wherever it can. Because the idea behind any communications is as fast as possible.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I forgot how many people are in this town when all the students are there.
Between 25 and 26,000.
Yeah, there's so many factors, and there was I think we determined there was 4 or 6 cell phone towers, if I remember right. That's been a while.
I want to say 3.
There's more. I think there was more than 3. I seem to remember there being more than 3, but I could be wrong. It's been a long time since we had that conversation.
Yeah, because I remember you pulled up a map, and for whatever reason, it seems like they were in line. Like there's one up north, then one in the middle, all going south, and then
they're all owned by different companies too. None of them are. I think I want to say one was carrier owned. Let me take a look here.
Okay. But I want to say that we were also had looked at, I don't know why I keep thinking of this either, that we had looked at them and the way they were positioned was that they were, if you looked at them on a map, they were in a triangle type, like one at the top, two. But I can't remember if that's how it was or not. And then I want to say that like there was 3 total, 2 in Idaho, and then 1 just across the state line over in Washington. But we've talked about so much and looked at so much that I can't remember exactly how it is.
So according to, let me go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Make sure I pick the right window. I don't want somebody's birthday and warrant information popping up on everybody's screen. That wouldn't be cool. All right, FCC. There we go.
Okay. Okay, so maybe that's where I'm getting the triangle.
Yeah. Now I remember. Now I remember seeing this, and when we.
But see how they're like north, middle, south, but also in the okay. So
you're not getting perfect triangulation with that. I know there's towers in Troy.
Okay.
I do remember that because I looked at the next cities. I looked at Pullman and I looked at Troy as well. So there are other towers. Now I'm not 100% clear what the terrain is there. Is that a valley? I mean, I don't. I guess I never paid attention to it when I saw any video. You know, if it's a valley, a lot of times, whenever it's a valley they're servicing, a lot of times they'll put a large microwave tower with the cell phone, with cell communication panels on it on the edge of, the edge of the valley.
Okay.
And that'll kind of, think of it as, somebody looking down over the valley, whatever it can see, it can connect to. But it doesn't mean that that's the fastest equipment, the best equipment, the most bandwidth. It really depends on so many factors. It's just, you look at these. This one's this is a cell extender on Foothero Road. It's a 33 meter tower. Okay, this one that we're looking at here. This one is a 27 meter tower. And this one is an 86 meter tower. So that's an LT tower. That's an actual AT&T tower. That's a tall tower. That's one of the ones where you see the guide wires are half mile long going down all around it. Like the triangular. Usually it looks like a. Jeez, how do I describe that? It's a triangle, and they have like 6 sets of guide wires. They'll go up 100 yards, guide wire, 100 yards, guide wire, 100, and then it takes a lot to keep those things up because that's 86 meters. That's pretty tall.
Right. I don't know how many feet that is, but
you're getting paid big money to change that light bulb. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
The light bulb on the top of that tower, there's probably 50 guys in that area that are fighting to change that light bulb because they're getting paid to climb that tower.
Yeah, they can enjoy that job.
Right? They can have it. I don't like getting on the roof. I don't even cleaning gutters. I hire somebody. Fuck that. I didn't used to have a problem with heights. I used to jump off cliffs all the time. Nope, not anymore.
Yeah, heights don't bother me, but something that tall, like what is? Hold on, but I can hear background like a pinging noise. I don't know what that is, but it's like.
I don't know if it's me or what. But here's what I'm gonna do. I have a fan for my laptop. I just turned it off.
Okay.
See if that helps.
What was it again? Was it 86?
Yeah, you got 86.9 meters. So there's 3 feet. 3 feet in a meter? No, there's 3 feet in a yard. I don't know. That metric shit screws me up.
Okay, that's 285.105 feet.
That's a hell of a climb. That's a big tall tower right there. And if it's an AT&T tower, that's a high-powered tower.
Golly.
And okay. I wish you could pull up on this map all of the other ones. See, not all towers must be registered in the FCC database. So there could be more towers.
Okay. Well, Iris was wanting to know how reliable are the phone pings? Like they're claiming it, they've got him 12 times there in the area. They're claiming they have him the morning of the murders at like 9 or 9:30 there, but then they say after the murders that his phone pinged, and then but they don't think that he was in the area. So how can they determine he was there 12 other times, but this other time when his phone pings, they don't think he's in the area?
My experience with the equipment that I worked on, which was basically trucks, trains, buses, and airplanes, 7 to 10 feet, unless GPS was being scrambled for some reason, like around DC or a military base or other sensitive locations. No more than 20 feet. And as far as times go, if that's the IMEA number and it says that IMEA pinged at that time, that happened.
Okay.
Unless somebody cloned his phone.
Okay.
And cloned his IMEA, which is, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's not exactly.
Like how likely is it?
I would say almost no fucking way.
Okay.
Almost no way. It takes a serious person that's what they mess with is nothing but cell phones. You know, it's just not a super easy thing. It's not like just jailbreaking an iPhone or unlocking an Android. You know, it's not that easy.
I mean, because I just think 12 times, then he's there the night of the murders, then he's back at 9 o'clock that morning of the murders, and there just happened to be a murder there. Or, well, 4 murders, to be exact. Somebody would have to go to great lengths to try to set that up and make it look like he did it.
That or physically get his phone.
Sure.
And take it where you want to take it to make it look like he was there.
But I mean, this same time, who's going to let someone else take their cell phone?
No one that I know.
You know, and if it gets stolen, you're going to know somebody took my phone. So,
you kidding me? My phone at the bar rings 5 times a day. Did I leave my phone there? Did I seriously, every day. I get calls every day of people looking for their cell phones. Because people freak the hell out. I mean, that's
yeah.
A lot of people.
Like
that's their lifeline. I mean,
right?
They can't live without them.
Well, we've been conditioned to be that way. The last thing they want us to do is turn off the TV or set down our phone.
Right.
You know, that's slavery ended a long time ago, like Tom McDonald says, but they put it in that little box in our hand. Now we don't have balls and chains anymore. Now we have a little screen and everyone's being enslaved, not just know, the typical slavery.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, this flipping YouTube chat.
Well, I'll tell you what, this case is gonna get a lot crazier. This is not. I mean, we're just the beginning of the insanity that's going to come from this.
I'm pretty sure just the first day after they've done pick the jury and it's the actual first day of the trial, everybody's mouths are going to hit the floor at least 5 or 6 times. Just by the amount of stuff that is going to be brought out that we have no idea about.
Well, there's a lot of technology that's going to be put in front of people for the first time.
Right.
There's a lot of shit going on in this world that people just don't pay attention to because they just get out of bed, pick up their phone, everything works, and they go about their day.
Look at the
they don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand what's really happening behind the scenes and how stringent this global surveillance network that they've built over the last 20 years really is.
I mean,
it's a lot scarier than people think.
Murdoch's trial, they told how many steps he took, how many steps his wife took, just with the cell phone. Or by having his cell phone with him,
or an Apple Watch, or a Samsung Watch, or any kind of Bluetooth connected watch, or other devices. I mean, we really truly do have our eyes closed to what kind of net is over us as a people digitally. I mean, they literally can use your television, your toaster, your refrigerator. I mean, it's all internet connected. And even some of the stuff that's not internet connected, if it just connects to your network, they can pull that, they can pull that data if they really want to.
Right.
It's a lot of us just don't know, like I said, how big this net is that's over us. And we don't see it because most of us don't care. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? I don't care if you know where I was today. I don't care. And I don't care if you heard what I just said. I don't care. Come on by, I'll say it to your face. I don't care. I mean, that's just me. I'm not out killing people and breaking big laws. I might break a little law here and there, but I don't care.
Right.
But I'm well aware of the capabilities. And my God, if I was going to commit a crime, the last thing I would do is drive my new vehicle, bring my new phone, or tell anyone anything over anything electronic.
Because he just got that phone. He switched from whatever he had before over to AT&T, like right when he moved to Washington, just a few months before the murders
probably
happened.
Because in certain regions in the country, Minnesota was like this for a long time. Certain carriers just work better in certain regions. And Minnesota, in rural Minnesota, it used to be AT&T. Anybody outside of Minneapolis and St. Paul or Duluth had AT&T because it worked in the sticks. Well, then along came Verizon, and they started buying up tower time. So now it's Verizon.
Yeah,
out west, it's probably AT&T.
Here, AT&T ain't worth a crap.
Well, here, T-Mobile, you can't even use T-Mobile at my bar. You got to go stand out in the middle of the highway on one foot and rub your belly.
Yeah,
and that's you might be able to send a text. Maybe.
That's what we have, and it works better here than AT&T. Like, I can talk on my phone and stuff like that in the house, but Verizon gets a way better signal than T-Mobile.
Well, Verizon spends a lot more money than any other carrier on tower time, on rented tower time. They spend a lot more money.
Well, AT&T ain't worth literally nowhere in my yard. When we had AT&T before, nowhere in the yard you couldn't get a signal. You couldn't get one. You literally had to go out to like the main highway just to get a signal.
Well, with our equipment, we used every form of cellular radio there is. And we used to pay we'd pay for priority tower time because with especially in the bus industry, like with Greyhound and Ericsson and some of the bigger bus lines, they need their data now.
Right.
Because by federal mandate, you had to be able to shut those buses down remotely because of some different terrorism things. So a lot of the stuff we did with the buses was we actually wired into the central nervous system of the bus so we could shut it down over the phone with one phone call or one strike of a key on the internet. We could actually shut that bus down while it was on the highway and turn it off and cause it to stop accelerating, to decelerate, and lock the brakes. So we had to pay more money for that priority data.
Right.
And we were paying, I mean, you should see how many hundreds of companies that own cell phone towers. There's hundreds. It's not just the big three cell phone companies that own those towers. In fact, most of the cell phone towers aren't even owned by them. They're their brothers and their cousins and everybody else, and then they make money leasing time on the towers, time and data.
Right. Hey, Izzy, how are you? Lady B, can you hear us okay?
Yeah. Hi.
She's waiting for me to shut up.
How you doing, Lady B?
No, actually, the whole reason I got up here, Big Al, was to say I worked for AT&T myself for 10 years, and I used to pick on my husband, because he was like in Gaga land when he's just not technologically minded at all. And so I used to pick on him sometimes. We have some rental property, and I would pull up his phone on the computer, and I'd be standing there at work, and I'd call my husband. I'm like, "Are you mowing the lawn at such and such and such and such?" He's like, "Yeah, why?" And I'm like, "Because I see you literally going from one end of the property to the other end of the property and back again." And that is true. And everything you said, Big Al, is absolutely true. I mean, if people only knew.
Well, Lady V, if you worked for AT&T, let's throw this one out there. Who's the number one controller of AT&T? It's another 3-letter word, I'll tell you that.
FBI, CIA, NSA. You know, their nose is in everything. I mean, you can't get away from it anymore.
They pretty much the CIA pretty much runs AT&T.
Yep.
And that's something that most people would never believe unless you worked there or worked with them.
Well, a lot of the people in it, you know, they worked for the FBI or CIA, and then they retired and started working at AT&T in the upper tiers. You know,
that's why they're so quick to get this information, people. That you have to understand, these cell phone companies, they're not fighting to protect your information. When they call and ask for it, they get it right away.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and so really my point to all of this was to get up there and say, it aggravates me whenever they say, oh, well, we can't pinpoint exactly where he was.
Yep.
BS, they can do it.
99 times out of 100 they can, and they can see exactly where you are within like 15 feet.
And I would say 99 times out of 100 is generous. It's more like 999,999 out of a million.
Yeah, I agree. I
mean, it's very, very rare.
I mean, okay, so this was 10 years ago. Okay. This was 10 years ago when I did this to my husband. And now, 10 years later, if it was that accurate back then, how accurate do you think it is now? I mean, they listen to every word. We have Alexa, we have Siri, we have God, our TVs, everything. They hear everything. They see everything. There is no privacy. There is no nothing. So for people to think that they don't know exactly where he was, unless
they know where
he was
the
in a
device
rural
was.
Area.
They know where the device was.
Right.
See, that's the hiccup with all this. That not to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but
no, you're absolutely right. I should have phrased it.
Think about that. It's the device.
So yeah, I'm like you.
They have to prove that he physically had that device.
Right.
Which isn't as easy as proving where the device was.
No, but if he has facial recognition on there, that helps a lot.
If he used facial recognition or biometrics to unlock it.
Yep.
Or autofill with a password or anything like that, then they can, then he's not looking at a good time.
There's almost no way to avoid detection with that and all the cameras everywhere. And they've got cameras where, God, the cameras are so small you can't even see the cameras anymore to know they're there. Anyway, I just got up here to back you up, Big Al, and say, you're absolutely right. And like I said, that was 10 years ago. And it's like now, Of course, we could get into conspiracy theories, but I'm sure she wants to get back to Bryan.
I could go on for days on that.
Oh, you and me both. Yeah. I think we would agree a lot, too.
And how many of them can you all debunk?
Well, if I could get to my computer, I could debunk a whole lot.
Yeah. There's... With regards to electronics and communications, really everything over the last 15 years, unfortunately for all of us, has been designed to control us.
Exactly.
And that's a fact. I've sat in high-level meetings when it comes to communications with big companies like Walmart and Waste Management and huge companies, Burlington Northern, Delta Airlines, Penske. All this stuff has been designed to control and identify locations of devices.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, now you have where people can time in their car and they know exactly if they're at work or not when they time in. I mean, they can follow their drivers all over town. You'll know if somebody takes a side trip or not. It's not like it used to be when you're like, oh, well, I'll just run home for a second and then run over to that job. It's not like that. They know, they know exactly if you do that.
While we're on the subject, not too long ago, I forget what municipality it was, but they just busted a cop. And I'll look this up here in a minute and find out exactly where it was. But they busted a cop with a GPS immobilizer in his unit. So he was running a GPS immobilizer in his cop car to hide from dispatch.
I know which case you're talking about.
And they caught his ass. It was in Tennessee. They caught his ass and he lied about it.
Yeah.
And then he blamed it on Alex Jones.
Oh
Yeah, he
my
did.
God. Really?
I shit you not. I can't make this up. This is dead honest truth.
No, I've heard it too. I can't
And then
remember
they
where.
went to the Department of whoever's in charge of police licensing in Tennessee and yanked his ability to be a police officer in the state of Tennessee for life.
Yep.
Which he might as well not even try anywhere else after that, unless he wants to go to Chicago or New York where they can't find
Oh,
cops.
hey Scarlett, sometime you're gonna have to get me and Big Al on here with you and just like go down the rabbit hole of this because he and
we need to have it live on her other channel.
We do.
Yeah, we could do it over there one night.
Yeah, we should. It'd be
That
fun.
would be fun. It would be really fun because
that'll be an entertaining night. That'll be an entertaining night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to do that one night.
Anyway, I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to get up here and say, everything Big Al has said is the God's honest truth, and I can verify that.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Welcome. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good night.
See you later.
Okay. Hold on. I was answering the comment back. So Iris, you said, okay, so the white car is just that there's no picture of BK driving the car on day of. Are you talking about the early morning when the murders happened, or are you talking about later on in the morning, like at 9 o'clock when they said that he was in town, or claimed that he was in town? And let me hold on, Sally Mae.
It's funny that RVing said, yeah, there's no proof that his car, the year was around the car in the video, has tinted windows, and Bryan's doesn't. That's a great point. There's some smart criminals out there, and I don't know if y'all remember the movie The Cannonball Run.
Yeah.
In the beginning credits in the beginning opening scenes of The Cannonball Run, they show a white Lamborghini hauling ass down the highway, and the white Lamborghini pulls in around a bunch of construction vehicles, and they hose it down, wash off all the white, and it turns red. You could walk into AutoZone and buy stick-on window film, tint your windows,
and then pull it right back off.
Different car, and yank it right off. It's just static film.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're really going to be a smart criminal, get some shelf paper from Walmart, turn one door black, pull it into the car wash, rip the shelf paper off, boom, you're a totally different vehicle. And not that I've thought about committing crimes, but I mean, if you got
you got some good ideas here.
If you got half a brain in your freaking head, you can get away with shit a lot better than a lot of these guys. I mean, you can literally make yourself look completely different. There's so many things you can do. If there's a big purple stripe going down the middle of a car and you pull into a car wash and rip that purple stripe off, they're looking for a car with a purple stripe. You don't have one no more.
That is true. I mean, you can go to these places now and have your entire car wrapped. Well, then you just pull off a corner of it and you can just pull the wrap off.
They have decals that can make your window look broken.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got a broken rear passenger window is broken. Oh, rip that son bitch off. Oh, there you go. Different car.
Right. And I guess he thought because he had a Pennsylvania plate to begin with, and then 5 days later goes and gets it changed, that he was going to be okay.
Well, you can buy a plate changer. They have plate changers on the internet that are on eBay that run on a freaking remote that you put on your keychain.
Okay, I got a question for you real quick.
Not that this guy is that smart. I don't want to give BK that much credit. but literally, I mean, if you're going to be a criminal, at least be fucking good at it.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Big Al.
Yep.
How do you know about all this criminal stuff?
I got a twisted mind, girl. Seriously. I think what it is because since I got into this, I'm like, who are all these dumb shits? I mean, really, when you sit back and think about how they do some of this stuff, it's like, wait a minute. Did you even think it through at all?
Obviously not if he took his phone with him.
And that's what makes me think, okay, wait a minute. With his background, how could he bring the phone with?
Okay, I keep hearing background sounds, and it's like
that's coming from my back.
Okay, can you mute until you get ready to talk?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Big Al.
Yeah, I just wonder, I hate to give these criminals any kind of credit, but it just seems so common sense on some of this stuff.
I mean, You would think a dude that goes and studies criminal justice, and they at DeSales University, they have what is called a crime scene house, where the professors or whoever it is will go and create this fake crime scene, and then the kids have to, or the students have to go out and they have to figure out what happened and all this and that. Well, I mean, that and the, was it the is it cloud forensics or whatever that course is called that he had to take regarding the phones and all this and that. You would think of him taking all that, and then criminology, that he would know not to take his phone with him.
Right. That's what's had me confused since all the stuff about the phone came out.
It's almost literally like he knew, he had to have known.
Well,
but they're claiming it was either off or in airplane mode. So I never put mine on airplane mode. So will it still ping if it's in airplane mode?
Here's the thing about airplane mode. It depends on what engineer you ask.
Okay.
And what their, in my opinion, what their clearance level is. That's my opinion. There's a reason that they took away our ability to take our batteries out of our phones, people.
Okay.
There's not a single phone on the market right now that you can take a battery out of.
That is true.
They're all sealed now. Every one of them. Any new phone that comes out are sealed. The battery is sealed. You have to have some sort of technical knowledge to open up that phone.
Which is
It's not like it used to be where you just pull the little clip and the battery pops out. You know, they made it hard. They made it difficult so you couldn't just do that real quick. There was a reason they did that. And part of that reason was service money.
Mm-hmm.
The cell phone companies make more money when you have to bring your phone in and have it fixed. It's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, and updates. That's another thing. A lot of updates, they're not specifically sent to phones to create problems and make you upgrade. But they know damn well that an update that's going to barely fit on someone's phone is going to have an adverse reaction to the way it reacts.
Mm-hmm.
They know it's going to go, well, you know, Tommy's phone works like shit now after the latest update. He's going to be calling any day now to get a new one.
I could see that happening, honestly.
Well, it's a fact. It's been proven in court.
Yeah, it's just a whole money.
It's all about money. All of it.
That's all it
money,
is.
Money and control. And like I said, it's what's your pay grade? What's your clearance level? Airplane mode? I don't buy it. And I've read a lot of things that support that. It's not actually airtight. And even turning your phone off isn't airtight.
Damn.
The phone doesn't need to turn on and say hello to you to shoot out a ping. A capacitor can open up one chip that turns on the radio and says, "Here I am," boom, and turn off in a millisecond.
Riddler says Android phones with removable battery as of May of 2023.
Oh, you can buy it. I have not seen one.
And Riddler, thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
I have not seen a phone with removable battery in a very long time.
I know that the one that I have now and the one that I had before this one, you couldn't remove the battery.
Yeah, I think the last 5 or 6 phones I've had, it's taken tools.
This one here is a Motorola, and there's not, like, you know how most phones you can just like snap the back off of it.
Yep.
I don't think my back will even come off of mine.
Mine doesn't. I'm looking at it right now. Mine takes tools.
Well, it takes an act of Congress to get my case just off my phone. So I haven't seen a way to get the back off of it.
Yeah, they definitely, and Riddler, if you say they're out there, they're out there. I believe that. I just haven't seen it, and it might be a lower end phone. The higher end phones that are out there, the iPhones, the newer Samsung Galaxies, some of the air quote secure Android devices, you know, that are out there that claim to be a secure operating system, secure phone, blah blah blah.
Right.
Any of those that I've looked at, you can't just remove the battery willy nilly.
Just to get my like the little slot out to put the SIM card in it, because mine takes like the itty bitty, like teeny tiny,
Yeah,
that you have to have
expansion.
you have to have a magnifying glass to make sure that you got the little thing turned the right way to put it in there.
Are you talking about a SIM card or a data card?
It's SIM card.
Oh, okay.
This is like I didn't have my glasses on that day, and didn't think I was ever going to get it turned the right way because if it's not turned the right way, it won't slot. The little slot thing that you put it in won't go back in there. But in order to get the slot out, you have to have this little special tool that you have to stick in there to pop it out, or it won't come out. It used to, you can just like push it in and then it'll pop out. Now it don't do that. You have to have that little pin thing to put in there and push it just right, and it'll pop out.
Yeah. When I was doing a lot of traveling back in the day between Mexico and the U.S. for work, we had specific phones that you could pop the batteries out of and you could pop the SIMs out easily because we had to switch back and forth. Obviously, you're not going to just roll into Mexico City with a U.S. SIM card and have it work without paying a fortune. So they would give us cards for use in Mexico, so they didn't have to pay all that international roaming and all the other shit.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, I mean, I guess I haven't tried or looked, but I'm looking at my phone now and I don't even know. I don't think this phone has a SIM card. If it is, it's internal.
Okay.
I have an expansion slot, but I don't have a SIM slot.
Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna have to take my case. It's the hard case, and then you put the rubber case over it.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I have too. I just took mine apart.
Yeah, and it's like super hard to get the rubber part off of it, and then the little hard part like unsnaps in half, and then you can just take your phone out of it, which I need to clean mine anyway. So, but I don't think. Now I gotta figure out how the hell to get this apart. I don't think it even has any other slots in mine.
Yep. All I have for mine is a memory expansion slot. I can add more memory to the phone, and that's it.
Hell, I don't even remember what color my phone is. This thing has been on here so long. Oh shit!
And I just got my phone. Mine's literally not even a month old.
No,
mine's like Galaxy 23, I think.
Okay, I have. No, I don't even have for any expansions or anything. Mine just has the SIM card thing, and that's it. And you can't take the back off of it. It is all.
You can't take the back off of mine. No way.
Yeah, mine doesn't. Yeah, there's no way to take the back off of it. Damn, that thing's dirty though. Yeah, it's all basically like you have the screen, and then you have the shell part of it.
Yep.
And if in order to take it apart, you have to you would have to like go in there under the screen and pop the screen off.
Yeah, I wouldn't even, honestly, I've been out of messing with phones for so long, I wouldn't even try to take this thing apart. I'd probably destroy it if I did.
God, this thing is.
I mean, I see guys working on iPhones at the Apple store,
mm-hmm.
and they've got like those magnifying lighted head goggle thingies on.
That's what I thought I was going to have to get just to put the SIM card in. Oh, let me put the link back out for him. Like that's how it's like, I guess the micro SIM card thing or whatever. And it is super small and it has to be turned a certain way. It has like, there's like a, instead of, it's got 3 corners and then like a corner cut off, and you have to make sure it's turned the right way or it won't go back in the phone.
Now, Max Smith says, did BK drink overtly or covertly? I don't know if he was a drinker. Was he a partier?
I don't remember anybody saying that.
He doesn't look like the type.
I've never heard anybody say anything about him drinking, just that he had the drug problem back in the day.
He looks like the type that would go to a party and grab a red Solo cup and pour juice in it and stand in the corner and act like he's getting drunk.
Right.
That's the type he looks like to me.
Or put alcohol in it just so people will see him putting alcohol in it and then act like he's drinking it. When
Papa
he's really
Rogers, that's what we call back in the day putting on a front.
Papa Rogers, you're 100% right. If you leave your location data on in Google, all of your location history in a monthly basis is stored down to date, time, and within 10 feet of your location. I know this because I used my Google location minder to get out of a speeding ticket last year. I had a cop actually lie about how fast I was going on a stretch of road that was in the middle of nowhere. And I brought the data to court and said, "Here you go, Your Honor." And he looked at it, and he looked at the cop and said, "Yeah, that's case dismissed."
You know what you do whenever they pull you over for speeding and they claim that they have it on like a radar, like a speeding radar or whatever that they have in their car?
I point at my dash cam.
You ask them because you know that they're supposed to have those radar guns calibrated every so often because of bumps and all that. So if you get a speeding ticket and you think that you wasn't speeding, take it to, or even if you know you were, take it to court and be like, you want to see the calibration records.
You can ask, and 99% of the time they'll just lie.
That's
and
what you get an attorney.
Yeah, well, you get an attorney over $120 speeding ticket. That ticket's going to cost you $500.
But it's the purpose of it.
Oh, trust me, I know. That's why I bought it. It was only a $130 ticket, but I still took a day, drove the 130 miles back to the county where it happened, and then basically shoved it down the judge's throat and said, "This is ridiculous that I have to come here. I mean, this guy is lying."
It's the purpose of it. If you can prove that it was not calibrated when it was supposed to be, especially in Louisiana with all these bumps and all that we got in the road, like I said the other night, you can go fishing in the potholes. The calibration is not going to be set all the time. They would have to constantly take them in to be recalibrated.
Well, the thing is they don't have to take them in anymore. If the department has, 6 KA guns or whatever, they have the tool at the station.
I'd still want to know when it was done.
Yeah, no, and you're right. You're right. It can get you out of a ticket.
Yeah.
But it's less likely these days because now everybody knows about it. Now it falls down to you're better off filing a FOIA for their dash cam and their body cam.
I can do that too.
Yeah, you're better off. You're better off just doing that and trying to prove that they're full of shit that way.
Right. Because
let's face it. I mean, some cops, they pull you over. They're fishing. They're trying to see if they can get you for something else. And when they,
a lot of them are assholes that pull people over for just no reason.
Yep. And I have a lot of friends that are LE. Don't get me wrong. And some of them are assholes. A couple of them are actual dicks. I mean, they're just not cool people when it comes to the public that they're dealing with. But in their defense, they're dealing with a lot of shitty people these days.
True.
What's up, Ray?
My IQ, that's what's up.
You're going to teach me how to do that because mine's been sliding a little bit lately.
Ray, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I've just been busy.
Oh, that's good to hear. I'm still hearing background feedback from somewhere.
Oh, it might be me. I always have that problem. Let me mute it.
I don't hear it now. Okay, yeah, I think it's gone now. Let's see. I need to get caught back up in chat too, y'all. Hey, Oops, how are you?
Harvey, keeping it rolling. You've got a hell of a theory there. That's pretty out there.
So I think the killer or killers was inside the house when BF and DM went home. I think the cops involved, maybe 2, like cops were on the scene 4 hours, didn't see the sheath, but Payne did from the door. I don't know. I was reading over the PCA again the other day, and I noticed something else that didn't make sense. There's a part in there that says that DM and BF both made statements that everybody was home by whatever time it was, and that they were all asleep or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m., with the exception of Xana because she got the DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock. So are they saying in the PCA that Bethany and Dylan were awake at 4 o'clock in the morning without actually saying in the PCA that Dylan and Bethany were awake at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Well, they'll be able to probably tell just by back to data. If they're awake at 4 a.m, they probably got their phone in their hand, and if they got their phone in their hand, they'll be able to tell you that they did.
Well, also in the PCA, what I brought up the other night, I don't remember if you were in here or not. It says that they did a data download, I believe is the words that they use, from Dylan and Bethany's phone, along with statements, Dylan's statements, and that's how they determined that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. So again, what would be on their phone between 4 and 4:25 to make them determine that?
They text somebody, hey, there's somebody in the house.
And then the other part is claiming that they were asleep at 4, or at least in their rooms by 4 o'clock. So how would they know that they were in their rooms at 4 o'clock if they were already asleep? So they had to have been awake at that time. But then it turns around and says that Dylan was awoken at 4 o'clock thinking that she heard Kaylee playing with a dog. There's like the timeline that they have in the PCA doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, here's an example from my experience. I used to be able to pull up a map. And if you're familiar with warehouses at all, they've got lines of trucks and trailers all around a warehouse.
Yes.
I could pull up a FedEx location and tell you exactly where the cab and trailer were for assigned to a specific device within less than a foot. Like, I could show you a row of 50 trucks and tell you it's the 10th one. Even though they're only 2 feet apart, their mirrors are touching.
Right.
And you can still see if you zoomed in, you could still see, well, he's at door number 33. It was one of the big things that warehousing and transportation purchased our product for, was to manage the trucks and trailers in their yard. When you've got 200 trucks around a warehouse with 150 doors, you need to know what's at every door. You can't get up from your desk and walk, 250 yards every time you need to find out what truck's at a door. So you could literally pull that up on an overhead map on a Google Earth view, and it would show you, here's the blue dot, that's where it's at. So and my point is if they're in the house and they have an electronic device and they zoom down on the house, they can probably tell what room that device is in.
So they would be able to determine if Dylan was in fact on the second floor, Bethany was on the first floor.
Probably. I can't say for sure.
Okay.
But I could say if one's on the right side of the house and one's on the left side of the house, yes, that they could see.
Okay. Well, they would have both been on the same side of the house, only different floors.
But they could make the assumption that if they're both there, overlapping, that one's on one floor and one's on the other, or they're together on one floor.
Because, okay, so Bethany's room on the first floor, and then Dylan's room on the second floor. Dylan's room is at the back part of the second floor, which is not above Bethany's bedroom. The living room would have been above hers. So I don't know if maybe, but even then, would they be able to tell that they're separate floors or that they're just side by side at that point?
Well, here's a question for the chat, and be honest, and no judging. When you stand up and leave a room or go somewhere away from the location you're at, do you take your phone with you? 1, if you do all the time, no matter what. 2, if you just don't give a shit, you just leave it laying there. Because I know for a fact people in my life that will not get up and go to the kitchen without their phone.
Yeah, I don't take mine all the time. Now, like if I'm going in the kitchen and I'm cooking, so I know I'm going to be in there for a while, I'll bring it in there with me. That's like 30 minutes after I've done started cooking and realized I don't have my phone. I have to come back and get it. Hey, Jason, how are you? Tina Marie, how are you? Then again, I may get up and go in the living room and have it with me the whole time. I never leave the house without it, though.
I've been known to turn around and go back and get it.
Yeah, I never. I leave when I walk out the door. It's the car keys, my vape, a drink, and my phone. That's in my purse if I'm taking a purse. If not, I just throw my license and a debit card in my pocket.
I mean, if I get to town and I realize I don't have my phone, I almost get a little panicked and I have to remind myself, you know what? There was a time before you even had a pager. You'll be fine. You don't need your phone. You'll be home in 20 minutes. It's no big deal. You know, my question is kids these days, and most of us in here, I think, are probably over 25 and under 70.
Mm-hmm.
But college kids these days and high schoolers and junior high kids, I don't see them without a phone in their hand.
It's literally glued to their hand.
I'm surprised they don't make a phone case that's a glove. And then maybe they do. I don't know.
That wouldn't be too surprising. As far as answering the question goes, I'll leave my phone at home if I'm going to the corner store up the block. Other than that, to work, to church, doctor's appointment, my phone is like the American Express card. I don't leave home without it.
Yeah, I never leave home without mine either.
So that's what we all don't realize until right now. When we asked ourselves this question as a group, look at how many people, like King Scarlet News just said, I can't function without a phone. I believe that.
It's
and not
literally
that it's a
people's
bad
lifeline.
thing. It's we've literally grown into these things.
And maybe that's why Bryan took his. Maybe it was just a habit.
Exactly.
He walks out the door. He has his phone with him. Maybe it was just a habit. And
it was just, he probably realized it afterwards, like, oh shit.
Because he did. They said that as he was leaving his apartment, he either put it on airplane mode or he cut it off. And then once he got back close to Pullman, he either cut it back on or took it off of airplane mode.
Right. But again, that makes I still question airplane mode. And you can Google that and read. You'll find, 50 answers on whether or not it really works. Because the reality of it is, there's not a cell phone on this planet that will crash an airplane, folks. It's just a fact. They don't want 100 people on the airplane talking on their phone.
No, because then you have people who want to get upset because other people are talking loud.
Exactly.
Or maybe
that's why they fought allowing cell phone use on airplanes so much. That's the whole reason they got rid of the phones in the back of the seats with the credit card sliders. That's the whole reason they got rid of them. People.
And don't let the Karens get started. Entitlement run amok.
Yeah, I mean, it's just and nowadays, your cell phone will ask you, do you want to make a Wi-Fi call? Well, if you're on an airplane and you connect to the Wi-Fi through your phone and pay the $10 or whatever it is for that flight, unless they specifically block that IP address, you can make a Wi-Fi call on an airplane. I've done it.
I'm not flying, so I'll never know about that.
I'm not a fan of it anymore. I did it for too long.
15 years. Connections aren't great though.
Yeah, no, they're not, but they're getting better now that Starlink's working with the airlines.
I'm still thinking about, you said something about how we know the timeline. We know at 4:00 DoorDash was dropped off. We know Xana was on TikTok at 4:12, and we know the vehicle drove off at 4:20.
Right. But the whole it just may be the way I'm reading it based on how they have it worded as far as like Dylan and Bethany's statements that the kids were home by a certain time, but they were all asleep or at least in their room by 4:00. How would they know that if they themselves were asleep at 4:00?
That's why I said earlier, when this thing starts and the actual data-driven evidence starts coming out, people are going to be like, wait a minute. This is going to blow heads off shoulders. It really is, depending on how deep they dig into this data. And there might be people that say, hey, you can't bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about that. You can't use that. We need people to not concentrate on that because it takes away their feeling of anonymity completely if they know that we can literally see everything you do.
Right.
No, Johnny, there's no way you were out on the front porch at 4:00. We've got you taking a shit on TikTok here at 4:05. We can see you. You were in the bathroom. You weren't on the porch. You had your phone with you. You flushed twice. Thank you. Next time, spray the bathroom when you leave. Yeah, I mean, it literally is that much information.
So Michelle says she has a cell phone and a landline. I thought I was literally the only person in this chat that still had a landline.
I only have a landline because you have to in my area.
Mm. That's how ours is. We can't have internet if we don't have a landline.
We can't have cable TV without a landline here.
Oh yeah. See, our phone company has the TV part of it too, but it's only in town. It's not for us country folks. Hell, they won't even run fiber optic out here to us.
Brian wants to know when everybody goes to bed. Do they bring their phone to bed? Yes, Brian. My phone sits right next to my Glock between me and my shotgun.
Mine sits on the table. Now Troll, literally his phone is in the bed or under the cover or up by his pillow. it's literally out because he will be watching something and then he'll fall asleep and then won't think nothing about it. And when he goes to turn over, it's in the bed.
In the bed or stuck to the side of his face.
I throw on a movie or an audio book and I fall asleep to it. My phone's plugged in right beside my pillow.
That's what he does.
Please stop doing that. Don't do that. Don't leave it plugged in next to your head. That's a horrible, horrible idea, my friend.
What does it do?
Well, they've been known to explode often.
Oh.
Lithium batteries, you don't want to have that like in your pocket charging. You don't want to have it, anywhere next to you while you're sleeping and plugged in. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, mine just sits on the table next to my side of the bed.
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't have it right against your body.
Oh, no.
Or right next to you while it's plugged in. They're dangerous as shit. Those lithium batteries are a lot more volatile than they let us think.
Which mine only charges at night, and if I don't charge it, like let's say I charged it all night last night, but if I forget to plug it in tonight, it'll literally go for like 2 more days before it runs down. So
yeah, people use the lithium batteries to cook dope.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I've heard that they pull there's some kind of strip out of it or something. That was in that Walmart documentary, the Shake and Bake documentary, where they walk around Walmart collecting all the ingredients for meth.
I was going to tell Troll about
They make it in the frickin' while they're walking through the store.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they make it in plastic bottles.
Yeah, they shake it up and you have to be real careful when you let the pressure out. And if you don't let the pressure out, it'll explode.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. When you hear them talk about it, it's mind-numbing. You have to look it up on YouTube. I know it's out there.
I was going to tell Troll about it the other night whenever you were telling me about it, and I completely forgot. If I don't make myself a note, I will forget.
Yeah, they're walking through like grabbing drain cleaner and lantern fuel from the camping department, and they were yanking on that lithium battery thing. They were yanking something out of the batteries, and they drop that in there, and they shake it all up, and it turns it and put Sudafed in there and turn it into dope. Literally, like it's straight up meth.
And that's super dangerous for the other people in the store.
Oh, for sure. Not to mention, what it does when they dump it down the drain in the bathroom so they can get the meth out.
Right.
What it does to the water supply.
And the fumes when they open it. Too, yeah. Oh my god.
These are people that are desperate, and they're being controlled by something that they cannot control.
I seen a video. I think it was on Twitter yesterday, and they said that this lady was in Canada, but they said if you look at the license plates on the cars behind her, it was in the States somewhere, and it was sad to watch because she was so bad that she was laying on the side of the road, like on the shoulder of the road, almost like she was laying down dancing. It was heartbreaking to watch, and people passing by her like they're used to seeing that in their town.
Right. On that topic, I don't see any of these kids looking like they're users. I just don't. None of them look like users to me at all. Maybe recreationally, but I don't see that as anybody's a drug dealer or doing a lot of drugs.
I mean, like I said the other night,
good-looking kids.
Maybe weed, but I don't see even if they're doing that. And I don't know if they're doing even that, but they don't have the sunk in face and the what they call meth mouth and
right.
Like they don't have none of that. They don't the scabs all over their face, or
Right.
they're always wearing like the sleeveless shirts, and they don't. You would be able to see track marks that they were shooting up. Like they just don't. They look like healthy kids, just enjoying their college life.
Right.
You know.
Iris says, wasn't the DoorDash delivery cut off at 2:45 a.m.? I don't think
Uh,
so in that town.
um. So okay. So I don't know if it's every night, but I do remember looking it up on the Jack in the Box website for Pullman, and they're open 24 hours, but at 2:45 for DoorDash delivery, you have to have your order in by then, even though it may be late on a delivery, because I believe it was at 3 they close for it's either an
Cleaning.
hour. Yeah, they
Yeah.
clean the kitchen and all that, and I want to say from 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 they closed. It might have been to 4. They closed just to clean up, and then they open back up for breakfast and all that. But that's why she had to have it in by 2:45. Brian, I think that's all it was. I think it was a party house. They went there, they partied. They probably, I mean, we knew that there was kids there that was drinking. We seen it on the body cam footage, but that don't mean that there was any drugs in the house, or that one of them was selling, or anything like that.
I think that whole drug sales thing was just someone picking on someone who can't defend themselves anymore
Yep,
because they're not here.
that's all it
I
was.
really do. I just don't see it in these kids. I don't.
They don't. No, they. I mean, they wasn't dirty looking. They wasn't like the girls always. Every time we saw pictures or videos or whatever, they always had their hair done, makeup on. Like they took care of themselves. They just don't.
I
They
got a
don't.
question for you.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. 1 second. I missed this and I should be modding at the same time. If you're going to talk about different drugs in the chat, please abbreviate them.
Well,
Uh,
I was going to ask, did Marion Barry ever look like a crack fiend?
who?
The mayor of DC. Yeah, he kind of did actually.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Marion
Well,
Barry
I'm just
is.
saying there's a lot of functional users
Oh,
that
absolutely.
you never know they did drugs
Absolutely.
unless they get busted. Ellie just got caught with like a crack pipe beside him, passed out in his vehicle just within the last week or so.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Brian, if you're gonna put drug names in the chat, make sure you abbreviate them, please. Um, Now, I would say hard drug users, you would probably see what I was talking about, the face sunk in and all that. People who, I guess you would call it recreational use, I guess you could say. Maybe not, but I still don't see these kids as drug dealers or
I
drug
missed it. I
users.
missed a couple of questions from Jennifer, and I'm not trying to offend her. I just didn't. I
Uh,
didn't really see it. And
Jennifer.
she's way up. She said, so when they took their tech, which means we know phones, iPads, etc., were they able to pull up where they traveled on the days when the older boys said the boys were gone and they never seen them again? I'm not sure who you're referring to there. Maybe Scarlett knows.
Wait, there's a. Okay, let me. You said it was Jennifer?
Yep,
Let me see
Jennifer
if I.
Nobles.
Okay. Okay, so you.
Sorry about that,
Okay.
Jennifer. I wasn't
Do you
ignoring
mean
you.
boys or girls? Because I know, like, when they came, the Ellie came that time when they came the one day, and then they came the very next day, an hour or two later, and Xana was there. When the boys told them nobody that lives here is here, they could check their phones and to see where their locations was if they
Yeah,
were actually there.
they could tell if the kids were lying, if the devices were there, or tell where the devices were. Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, I
And
was
I don't
answering
doubt for a minute that
that.
Ellie uses that when they question you for something and you tell them. I guarantee you they're going after location data to corroborate what you're saying. That way they know if the person they're questioning is a liar or not. It's an easily verifiable thing with the access that they have. It truly doesn't take much. I will try and get a phone rep from Verizon to come on panel, a
Okay.
current one. I know a couple of them that are, and they field calls from law enforcement, just regular
Okay.
reps. It happens all the time.
And
And
they could answer a lot of questions.
there's a lot of things, and I don't want to say it because I haven't been in that position. I don't know what questions they can and cannot answer without a warrant, but I know they answer them.
I don't know who Jennifer's. Okay, let me scroll back down to the bottom of the chat now because I don't know who the older boys is that she's talking about.
And while you're looking, I'm going to say anybody in Minnesota, July 1st, come on up to Big Al's. We got Dave Landau coming from Louder with Crowder, or formerly of Louder with Crowder, for a fun night of comedy. Put a commercial in there while everybody's waiting.
Okay, so Sis said, I don't think narcs had anything to do with the crime happening. If anything, I think coming down could be a reason for a delay in services being called, but that's it. Am I alone in that here? Would it take someone that long to come down off of drugs?
Depends how long they've been up. You've been up for days and days. You're gonna sleep for days.
Okay. And that's still, even if they were on something, that doesn't mean that they were doing it in the house, because it was said that all of the kids were gone away from the house that night until the early morning. So, I mean, honestly, sis, anything is possible with this case.
I really can't wait for it to start. This is one that if they actually put this out there live, I will probably crack out and watch every minute. Just because I don't want to miss any evidence being presented.
And like the
I want
OJ,
to hear it all. I want to hear it all.
the OJ case, I don't think I missed a minute of that.
Okay, sorry, I had to mute for just a second. Okay, Vapor says, I know a lot of LE that are addicted to energy drinks and they give them a bad attitude and agitated. Some of them drink 5 to 6 a shift. Energy drinks have replaced coffee.
Well, we just fired our cop for stealing energy drinks. So
Certain energy drinks are really good, I have to say. But 5 or 6 in one shift is not good for your heart. Let's see. I guess, yeah, details. It's 10 to 12 hours. Okay, so sis, let's say this. If that is what happened, what you were saying, that they were coming down, or one of them or both of them or whatever, and then they go and they make a statement, wouldn't that statement be thrown out at that point? Well, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't know that, because unless they took a drug test, how could they prove that they were under the influence of something?
and even if
My
you take a drug test, it's not like alcohol. When you take a drug test, they can't tell how long has it been. They just know it's in your system. That's the big
well,
problem with legalizing marijuana. How are they going to know who's high and who's not? If you take a drug test, yeah,
Well,
you got it in your system.
they have
depends
it
on
now, though, where they can test your levels.
I have not seen that yet.
Yeah, they can test your levels. And now it doesn't necessarily say how long ago it was that you did the drug, but it will tell the levels in your system.
yeah, but like the powdered type, they leave your system fairly quickly.
Do
Whereas
they?
THC it could stay in your system like 60 days
Ow.
off of one use, just depending on like the quantity. If you take edibles, it usually stays in your system longer than just smoking it.
I didn't know that. No way. I wonder that too. No way says, I wonder if they were tested. I wonder if Ellie thought that they needed to test them. Like, were they acting differently than what they should have been acting, where 4 kids that they were friends with just got murdered, or like did Ellie notice something? I don't know. This, like Big Al said, this case is it's going to be very interesting when it goes to
Yeah,
I'm
court.
just
I just
wondering if
hope we get to see it.
they were even tested at all, period. I don't think they were.
I mean, because it seems like the police would, like, just talking to them would be able to tell, aside from the emotions of finding out that 3 of their roommates and their roommate's boyfriend was just murdered, and they were in the house when it happened. Like, they're going to have emotions from that, and everybody reacts to everything differently. But was there other things that was going on, or did maybe law enforcement find something in the house and think that they needed to be tested? Because other than that, I don't think they would have tested them, not just to give a statement of what they knew or witnessed.
I'm just wondering if Ellie even checked the roommates' rooms, the surviving roommates' rooms. I think they were more focused on the crime scene.
Probably. They probably didn't even have a reason to check Dylan or Bethany's room. I mean, I'm sure all they had to do was just, give them an ID to prove who they were, and that's
I would, I
probably
mean,
it.
I would assume they would be prime suspects to start off with because they're the only ones left alive in the house.
Yeah, because I mean, they did clear them within a day or so.
Felt like instantaneously.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all, just 1 second.
I still go back if they were interviewed more than once and that their stories changed, and if they changed at all, then I wouldn't think any of their testimony would be considered factual.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Everything is like dull around my house until I go live, and then everything starts popping off. Uh, okay, I can't scroll back that far. Please repeat it. Okay, let me see if I can go back to Jennifer's thing. I think I can scroll back a little bit further than you can, Big Al. Let's see here. Right, give me just a second, you but let me see if it'll allow me to scroll up that far to find Jennifer's question. That's the West Boys. Okay. All right, Jennifer, I seen the one that you were talking about, the West Boys. Let me see if I can find one up above that one. I don't think it's going to allow me to, though.
Well, I'm staring at the chat and not doing anything else. So if you want to ask the question again, go right ahead and I'll be happy to answer it.
Okay, so I did find this one from Jennifer. It says, so when they took their test, oh, no, wait. That's the one you read. Let me go up above that one. No, I can't. That's the last one I can see. And it's about to fall off the chat. Oh, she's talking about the one whenever they took their tech. So hold on, let me
Right,
go
and
back.
she's referring to the older boys, and I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't. Jennifer, who are the older guys that you were talking about? Raymond girl, how are you? Let's see, they were just college kids. I was there at San Jose State many years ago, but nothing changed. Breaking college kids party. But they are not cartel affiliated drug dealers. Come on.
Amen, Rich. I totally agree.
The older
So I
brother.
can't believe so many other channels on YouTube are still concentrating on this whole drug dealer thing. It's
They're
just
literally
stupid.
they're posting it as facts.
Exactly, and it's stupid
Yeah.
because they don't look like it.
Okay, she's talking about the older brothers.
I'm sorry. That's a question I can't answer.
Wait, who's older brothers, Jennifer? Jennifer, do you want to come up on panel?
That would be way easier.
Yeah, I can. Here, let me put the link back in chat just in case she wants to. Oh, wait, is she talking about the West Boys? Because she did make a comment about the West Boys. That must be who she's talking about.
What do you call a blind deer?
Oh, what?
A blind deer.
I don't know.
No idea.
Oh,
Okay.
Dad joke, belly flop.
Okay, so she's talking about the West Boys. Chazelle said that they took their truck so they can go back to the days the older boys said that the boys were missing. So Jennifer, you're talking about as far as like the phone stuff with that? Because I didn't cover that case. I only know very, very little about it. See, the older boys were the natural children and the younger boys were adopted. Wait, Bethany Funk's brother is a coroner? Arvine, where did you see that at?
Yeah, that's a juicy little tidbit.
Oh, wait, what is her brother's name? I've got shit. I don't know what. Let's see. Isn't his name Cody? Okay, hold on just 1 second. Because I do know that there was a couple of months ago, people were coming out saying that Bethany's dad was, what kind of, he was some politician or something up in northern Idaho, and it wasn't true. Let's see. I think her brother's name is Cody. Let's see, a witness with a coroner brother and a medical examiner named Singh. The Singh last name seems to be
It's like the third
popping
most
up.
popular name on the planet, Sing.
Right. But you know, they had the Singh family that people were trying to connect to Kylie Rodney's case.
Yeah, but like I said, that's like one of the most popular names on the planet. Outside of the United States, that's like Anderson or Johnson or Smith.
Right.
Yeah, because there's billions of Indians and their main last name is Singh.
Yeah, right. You pretty much go into any like mid-grade motel in the Midwest, and they're all owned by someone named Singh. I'm not trying to be stereotypical or racist. It's just true. They own a lot of the hotels here.
Che, Bethany is from Reno. And I'm not finding anything. No, wait. This is her dad. I've never seen anything about her brother being a coroner. Okay, Jennifer, hold on, honey. Let me put the link back out for you. You're welcome, Che. All right, I think Jennifer is trying to come up, but she says she's having tech difficulties. See, did you find it? It's on the Moscow website. I've seen it. On the Moscow PD website, Arvine? Oh shoot, another rumor. Oh, thank you, Glowbug. Okay. Honestly, I haven't seen it on the Moscow PD website either, and I went to that website. I thought I don't know how many times. Let's see. Seeing is number 260 in common names in the United States. Wow.
Wonder what number it is in India.
Probably up in the
It's got to be
top.
pretty far up there.
Right.
Probably number one. Because like
Probably.
half of the people that I know from India, over half their last name is Singh.
Arving, if you have the link to it, can you email it to me real quick? Yeah, I almost put Idaho on here. Okay, I'm trying to find who this coroner is with this last name because I know that her family is not from Idaho.
What county is it again?
He's saying, or RVing is saying that it's on a website that tells, let's see, it's a site that tells you who's everything. I think like who's the governor and all that. I have to look it up again. Yeah, if you can send it to me, RVing, that would be great. It's going to have to be like a state of Idaho.
But you could just Google the name he put out there and the state, and it'll pull up all the people with that name and their occupation and so and so. I've
Well,
looked down
I was trying to find a coroner with the last name Funk in the state of Idaho, but it's not pulling it up.
There
And
you
her family is not. Oh, there's Jennifer. Jennifer, do you want to leave your camera on?
go. Scarlett, I'm going to drop in the back chat a link up to a story about the coroner and Jennifer
Okay.
murders.
All right. So Jennifer, I'm gonna pull you up, but your camera's still on, okay, honey? Okay. How are you?
Hi, Jennifer. You're muted.
Okay, she's got her.
Hi. Sorry.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Make sure you close or mute your YouTube,
Okay.
otherwise
Okay.
it'll turn into an echo.
Okay. Is that better?
Yep, I don't hear
Yeah.
it.
Okay, good. I have this problem all the time, and I didn't realize that's actually what it was. Okay, so you guys were talking about this whole tech thing a little while ago back in there, and I know it's you're referring to a different case. And I'm sorry, I'm bringing up a whole different one in the chat, and I'm not trying to like distract from what you guys are doing.
You just have me confused as shit. I'm trying to answer your questions, and I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Because you missed my comment, and it really like got my head spinning and like got me thinking about what you guys were talking about. And like, okay, so if you think of and then Lost Soul said that she doesn't know much about the case of the West Boys. Now, Big Al, I'm pretty sure you are a little more familiar, right?
I'm not familiar with the West Boys.
Gosh, you guys are not. Okay, so
sorry.
so it's okay. I mean, I just thought like everybody knew about the missing boys. Everybody knows them by Orrin and Orson. Their real names are Classic and Sincere. Are you guys sure you're not really familiar a little bit?
Yeah, not me, not at all. I came into this whole scene under the Rodney case.
Okay, somebody has got background noise. And
It's
Sis in chat says that she's familiar with the case. I mean, I know a little bit other. I basically know that they went missing and that they haven't been found, and that they were adopted. And other than that, because when that case came out, I hadn't even started doing YouTube yet.
Okay, so you do know the gist of it, I guess, is what we would say. So
yeah, a little bit of it.
So they were born here in Bakersfield, California, where I'm from, and they were eventually adopted. They were 3 and 4 years old. Allegedly moved to Cal City with their new adopted parents, and went missing, and then ultimately were reported missing on December 21st of 2020, and they basically there was a huge uproar about it, like how do two boys go missing, how does one child go missing, but not just one, it was two, and two brothers, they got out of the back gate, and this and that, and this new home in Cal City that they had moved to, and then it kind of blew up on the news and social media and stuff like that. So there was people, I saw some things on the news, and then so I did a couple of billboards here in Bakersfield to kind of help these people that I saw on the news. The biological cousin, her name is Roro, and people that know about the case are very familiar with Roro and how much she's done, in these, last 2.5 years. And another person, Keisha, who has done some other things as well to keep the awareness out. And then there was banners made and stuff like that. We got like 210 banners that went like literally worldwide. Anyways, ultimately in March of 2022, I have to make sure I keep my timeline straight here. Sorry, since you guys are not as familiar as I am with this. The adopted parents, which is Trezell and Jacqueline, they were arrested, and there was like all these charges put against them, like 7 of them on each of them, and I can't tell you exactly off the top of my head, besides like second-degree murder on both of the boys, and willful cruelty to a child, false reporting of an emergency because of the 911 call, and so on, and it's so many various things. So ultimately last Thursday was when they were actually convicted. Friday it was announced in court, and I was there in the courtroom and stuff to hear the guilty verdicts put out. So during, I guess my whole point to kind of giving you this little synopsis of what happened, since you guys are not familiar with it, is the point that when you guys were talking about the tech, so you really got my interest really sparked, Big Al, when you were talking about the tech thing, and you and Lost Souls were talking so much about it back and forth about with Bryan Kohberger's case, and how they there were so many different things that they were able to determine with his phone records, and the cell tower data and stuff like that. So like, I know that when they were arrested originally, they only did one, the adopted parents, Trezell and Jacqueline, only did one interview, right? So during this interview, one of the reporters excuse me, sorry, one of the reporters said, or asked the question, what did they take from you? And he replied, only our tech. So which means obviously iPads, cell phones, I don't know, computer probably that they may have had if they had a personal computer and stuff like that. So if they took all that information, they were able to get all of this information, so damn much information from Kohberger in his phone, then how come so much more wasn't released about the West parents, like where they were at on, like now that they've been convicted and accused of murder of one of the children. They actually didn't get convicted on 2 of them because it's a nobody homicide. So you have to understand it's like completely different than the average, situation that would be going on a conviction like this. And it's a huge big deal. I hope so much that you guys will look into it a little further. But anyways, I've been on Duty Ron's panel and stuff a lot, and I'm a real huge fan of him. I hope that's respectful to
I like
his
Ron.
name out there.
I like Ron.
So because he is very respectful. Yeah, he is very respectful. So anyways, and so if you want any kind of little background or anything like that, you can go on his and listen to it. But anyways, if they've done so much on Kohberger's case with the phone, then what other kinds of things could like possibly myself and other people that we know in the true crime community that are following this case, what other things could be done that somebody that we could like put a little piece of advice out there or a little piece of something, because so much about it, Big Al, apparently, that it's not even funny. And I mean, your shit is crazy informational.
I'm
And
kind of nerdy when it comes to tech, like
I
this.
mean, I love the nerdiness. I mean, the nerdiness is like awesome when it comes down to like what we're talking about here, and it's a very extremely serious matter because they've been convicted of one, but they should have been convicted of both, right? And they haven't been. So like, what else can be done? What other things can be found that maybe like the Bakersfield Police Department, you know, BPD doesn't know about, that you maybe can be that little piece of information that could be that little glimmer of hope inside of like my heart that could help do something to help them get convicted of the other one. And then ultimately, you know, in my mind, I just like know the boys are going to be found at some point. You know, if they could just prove where that tech is so key, in my opinion, you know, that tech of like, if the boys, when they ultimately went to testify, the older boy, there's two more adopted boys that were a little older than or they call them Orrin Orson, and I hate to refer by by that because that's not their actual birth names. Their names are Sincere and Classic.
Mhm.
So there's two other boys that were adopted, okay, and then there was two biological, that they're oldest ones. The very oldest one, Adrian, was 10 years old at the time this happened, and now 12 years old. And at the time of trial, they put them on, there was a gag order and stuff, there's a lot of stuff in place. So there was a lot of complications along the way of trying to help or get information and things like that. And but when this boy, they played his testimony, they never, I guess all four of them never heard anything from these boys again from 3 months prior to them being gone, let's just say, from the home. And so it backs up to like the September month, right? So in the September month is when the tech to me is so super crucial. So what
What I would, if somebody tasked me with that, I would want to see devices used by all four kids. I would want to come up with a pattern for each kid. Which one's going to Nickelodeon? Which one's going to YouTube? Which one's going to whatever kid? I don't know a lot about kids' websites and what kids do.
Right.
But you should be able to put together a footprint or a fingerprint, a digital fingerprint for any kid in that house that's using any of that tech, and figure out where they're going, and to determine when they stopped is when did that habit fall off.
But the two youngest boys, Classic and Sincere, did not have tech, okay, because they were 3 and 4 years old.
Oh,
but they
well,
did have
that
access
doesn't.
to some kind of computers, and the oldest boy did have an Apple Watch, which was linked to Grandma's phone and stuff like that. So, but I mean,
If they're 3 and 4 years old, I'll tell you what I see, and just from being a restaurant owner, people walk in here with their kids and they shove an iPad in their face. I shake my head every day. It's the only way they can keep them quiet long enough to sit through a meal, and that's as young as 2. I see it all the time. So what does the 2-year-old like? Well, he likes, I don't know, just hypothetically, Tommy the Train. Well, what does the 3-year like? Well, the 3-year-old likes strawberry shortcake. So, well, when did they stop watching Tommy the Train? When was the last time we saw that habit in the tech? You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but it was such a short lapse of time, is the only thing. So I guess I'm more of my point of my question is when, excuse me, when the other boys said that they didn't see them anymore, and it was back in September, 3 months prior to them being reported missing that particular night on December 21st. Can they get records of their cell phone towers? Or I mean, they probably already did. I'm not sure how it all works because of the gag order thing, and they didn't say it all in court. But can they get more information of where they were and all of their steps from back then?
Depends on how much that cell phone company, how much room on the cloud that cell phone company is using.
How much room?
And that, well, how much data are they housing? Are they saving 30 days from every user, or 60 days, 90 days? I don't know how far that's come, but I mean, you're talking, these cell phone companies have buildings full of hard drives,
right?
Essentially. And when I say buildings, I mean like warehouses that you can't see from one end to the other, and it's all computers and it's all our data. So, I mean, it really comes down to how long ago was it? How long does that carrier hold the data? And frankly, and I hate to say this because I don't like the fact that I don't have a lot of faith in law enforcement and the way they do things with some of these cases. But how hard are they willing to work? I'm here to tell you, digging through data line by line sucks. It is the most boring thing, especially if it's not media. If it's not media and you're just looking at lines and lines of text and text messages or message, in my case, it was messages back and forth between the radios that we were using and the vehicle that we had it in. And I would sit and look at thousands of lines of information. How hard are they willing to look between text messages, between the adoptive parents, between the adoptive parents and the grandmother, between the adoptive parents and the kid? What's the location of that Apple Watch? What messages were being sent back and forth over that? You got to put a lot of effort in to sift through all this data. That's why when I saw in the BK case how much data they transferred as evidence, I almost fell off my freaking chair. I mean,
Yeah,
it's going to
exactly.
take a team of people 9 months to go through all that just to figure out what's valid data and what's not. And then they got to go through what they've determined to be valid data. I mean, think about how many text messages some people send. I know people that don't even communicate over the telephone anymore. They don't talk. They text. And that's all they do. So to
My
think about
child,
every one of those lines is another piece of data that they have to go through. And it's a lot of tedious, mind-numbing work. So how hard is law enforcement that's involved in this case that you're referring to? How invested are they in actually figuring it out? Or do they figure we got one conviction, we're good, we're done?
I
That's
do
enough.
know that they had like pretty much a full day of court testimony from all the tech stuff, and there was some. I mean, I want to call him a geek almost because he was, and I think he even referred to himself, if I remember hearing it right, that he had, he went through everything. But I don't know, and so I could be asking a question that's like totally redundant to people that do know, about this case. But when you were talking, I was like, you got my head just freaking going crazy. Like, what the locations of where they were at, like, how do we find out those locations from the information that they found? Are there places we can go search, um, to find where the bodies are at? If they,
Well, if their location information is stored, then those GPS coordinates are stored. I mean, the information's there. Somebody's got it. Now,
and
can you get your hands
how do
on
you
it?
access that information
You're
though?
not going to get it without a court order.
Gotcha. But
They're not gonna, they won't just hand it over to you.
But I know they're not going to hand it out to me. I'm a nobody. But who could have access to the information?
Attorney would have to subpoena it.
Okay, so I could recommend that to
Yes,
somebody
absolutely.
that maybe had not thought about that. Maybe they have. I don't know. I'm just
Well,
throwing
I
it
mean,
out there.
if their attorney, if the family, whoever's trying to find justice for the children, if they can get their
There's a
hands.
village of us trying to find justice for these
Okay.
babies.
Well, and that's great because if the whole village knows, the village knows other people, and if you network the people that you know, you may be able to find the information that you're seeking. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you can
Okay, I
get
got
to
you.
their attorney and say, "Hey, you get me this data, I'll put together a team to go through it. We'll go check those GPS locations, but you got to get me the data." And you go check. You grab yourself a handheld Garmin, a laptop with Google on it, or on your phone, and put in the GPS coordinates and say directions. It'll take you right to it.
Okay,
Your phone
gotcha.
will take you right to any of those coordinates.
Okay.
Or show you on a map where it is.
It would just take some work to get to that point to
Yep, but then you're
get
gonna
that
have to.
information. But
Yeah,
I
you got
understand what you're
you got to
saying.
get that specific data packet,
Right.
that package of that data. You can't have them go, here you go, and dump 4 terabytes of data on you. I mean, you're just without a trained team, you'd never get through it all.
Okay, so you're basically saying you got to push for the information through the attorney,
Yep.
which is
have the attorney subpoena it.
Which is basically the DA. So
yeah, and they should have an easier time getting it than anyone. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they can give you that information. That's your next hang up.
Give you, meaning
Is it
who? Give who the information?
giving you the information to look through it and say, what is all here? What's the privacy behind that data?
Okay, but when you say you, I know you're not referring to me. So when you say you, who is going to be the you? Like, if you can give me advice here.
A private detective, a
Okay.
licensed you're in California, right?
Right.
So you have the strictest laws in the country when it comes to private detectives.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a private detective that will jump in pro bono to go to the DA and say, hey, get me this data and I'll help you pro bono and we'll go through it. And then you can give it to your forensic pathologist and he can run through it and double check our work. I mean, you're getting the mass data and then giving them tips from it. But I don't know what the legality is of who can see that information and who can't. That's why I say a private detective, because then the DA can say, hey, this is a licensed private detective. We're going to give them this data and they're going to go through it. I don't know what the legalities of that are, I guess is what I'm saying. But that's where you'd have to start. I mean, you would have to get that list of locations for every device they had access to and go through GPS locations, sit in front of your computer on Google and type in the Latin long and see where it pops up on a map and go, that doesn't make sense. What are they doing way over there? Hopefully it's something that just jumps out at you and goes, wait a minute, why have these guys in Death Valley on Sunday?
Exactly. That's the kind of piece of information I'm like striving to find,
Because out where you live, the reality of it is, I mean, there's some wide open shit. You can hide a body just about anywhere.
Yeah, and you seriously, you hit the nail
Utah,
on the head right
California, Nevada. Yeah. I mean,
and Cal City and all those places. It's such a vast desert, in Cal City area. They moved from Bakersfield, and there's a lot of areas out here. I mean, we're in the valley, so there's a lot of areas out here where you have room. And there's the Kern River. There's a lot of places. I mean, they've found bodies in the Kern River from the Bakersfield 3 case. So it's been it's just crazy. So
if you come up with any more questions or you just want an opinion, just send me a DM on Twitter. I'm happy to answer whatever I can.
I don't know how to. I don't do Twitter very well.
Okay.
I have a Twitter account, but I don't really know how to use it. I'm really not tech savvy at all.
If you go up to the top and put the @ symbol and R0TT, I'll pop up. Just add me and send me a message and I'll know it's you, and then you can message me in real time back and forth.
Okay, and I just dropped Big Al's Twitter link in the chat also.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to help if I can, and I'm happy to network the people that I know.
I wanted to add something to that.
I know a lot of people that know a lot more than me. I'm
as much as
I'm not very high on the nerd scale.
I would appreciate like any knowledge we can get, like anything I can like send forward to the people that I know are digging into this. It would be so helpful, because this isn't over. They're going to be sentenced on July 13th, and if there was some miracle by God right now that we could figure out, or they could figure out, where these boys are at between now and then, and the other conviction could come through, because there was a hung jury on two of the counts, and it would just be, it's a small miracle, but I'm asking for it. Honest to God, I am like I'm almost to the point of like begging for it, because the boys need justice, and they didn't deserve anything that happened to them, and they don't deserve to just be like swept under the rug and like, let's move on to the next case. Like, no, these are two children that should have grown up and had, a life, and got married and had children of their own, and it's just also fucking sad, and I can't stand it. It's
happening to too many kids.
Literally eats at me. It literally eats at me on a daily basis, because I've now become friends with the bio family, some of them, not all of them, and so many other people along the way that I have like met, and we've become friends and branched out, and like all this true crime stuff, like it's almost like it's sickening in a sense, but I guess I'm a little bit sick in my head, because I can't stop like going to help find justice for these babies.
And that's what you're doing right now is part of the reason that I jumped into this community in the Rodney case. There was so much disinformation about um, communications and data and GPS and the AAA stuff that was coming out. That was all just rumors and bullshit. That's the only reason I even got involved in this. I stumbled across a live one night with Zav and Upchurch, and people were
I
just
did too.
full
Same
of shit.
thing. Oh
So
my
I
God.
jumped
So
on,
funny.
and the next day I knew it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was laughing and joking with Ryan Upchurch.
Oh my God, how
You know,
funny.
I mean, it was just surreal to find people that like you're not doing this for any monetary gain.
No.
You actually care, and there's a
I've
lot of
actually
people in this
spent a
chat
lot
that
of my
actually
own
care.
money. Yeah, I've actually spent a lot of my own money, making the banners. And when I got the banners going, it was like, my whole thought process was, let's get the banners out there. Let's just get them going, bro. We got to get them going because you guys are never going to come up with the money to do this. And then like we'll sell them, and then I can recoup the money I've spent on it. Well, I recouped the majority of it, not all of it, but that's okay. It's okay because my biggest thing was, and the one cool thing I have on my side is I am a salesperson. So but I'm an honest salesperson. So don't think I'm like a weirdo and, shit like that. But I was actually able to like put word out there. And then, like, and the people that know me know I'm like honest and I'm not like a freak or a weirdo or anything like that. And then the other people that were just already, supporters and searchers for the boys and things like that, everybody like wanted one. Everybody wanted one, and these things went to like Canada, Australia, like all over the United States. Like there's so many people in the United States that I know now that I didn't know um, prior to this happening. And so, all we want to do now is get more, banners made, but I don't know if I can like actually afford to do that at this point because it is very costly to do it. And then to get people to buy them, because when you do something, then people, I don't know how to explain it to you, but people like they think that you're doing it like to earn money, like to get a profit. And I'm like, no, people are not doing that. I'm not doing this to earn a profit at
Can
all.
I
I'm
give you a suggestion?
sure.
You can get yourself a used vinyl cutter for probably $250 on eBay. And you can go to your local bars and restaurants that get banners from their beer distributors. They're blank on the other side. You want banners? I've got 50 in my storage room right now. I can send them to you. The
I have
backside pure
I
white
have
with the
never even heard of this. I like
metal rings on them and everything. And you just flip it around and you've got a clean slate on the other side. I have
what
4x8s, 4x12s, 4x10s. I have stacks of them. It
so
might say Miller
you're
Lite
saying
on the
go to the
backside. It
Like a
says,
screen printing place.
yeah, you can just get a vinyl cutter and buy your own roll of black vinyl.
She's saying about getting what she wants on them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You get a vinyl cutter and you put it on yourself. You spend
Oh yeah, she'll print
$250
out
one
ones.
time. You buy a roll of vinyl for $100. You go to the bars and restaurants in your area and say, hey, are you done with that banner? Or do you have any banners that you're getting rid of? Could I have them, please? This is what I'm doing with them. You take it home, you flip it around, and you've got a blank canvas, and you go into your vinyl cutter and you say, this is what I'm looking for. And it cuts it out, and you lay the vinyl on it, pull the back off, and you made a banner. It's literally 15 minutes.
Wow, I
And
had
you
no,
got
I
five
had
and you got
never heard of this.
$5 in it.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna 100% look into that for sure.
Then you
That's
sell that
amazing.
for
Thank you.
25. You give some money to the family or to help with the cause, pay for your expenses and shipping, and everybody comes out ahead.
It would be paying for the shipping. That's exactly what it would be paying
Yep.
for. Because that's the biggest thing is that I would sell these banners for like $25, and then the shipping was costing like oh my god, the one to Canada was
hit me up on
$50.
Twitter.
I was like, oh my god,
Hit me up on Twitter. Get me an address. I'll send you a box on Tuesday, full of banners.
Oh my god, amazing! All right, I'll take you up on that. I will for sure.
Hey
For
Jennifer,
sure.
I did want to add some to your tech questions because I actually work in tech, and I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on sort of what I would be looking for at this point with the case. But I know you guys were talking, so I just want to tell you before you end up dropping off, and I don't have a chance to say anything while you're here. And
Okay.
I know it's, off topic or whatever from the chat, but as far as subpoenaing new records from the cell phone companies, I would say at this point that is likely a loss because the case has gone to trial. Most major providers, they will keep data and historical data indefinitely from active users, but once those users are inactive, then no one's paying the bill. They might keep them for another 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever their policy is, but then a lot of that just gets deleted. So I would say it's likely subpoenaing new records from the cell phone company is going to probably be a loss. However, depending on what law enforcement, and this is all going to depend on the department and whoever does their,
Hey, sis, you got really bad, like your audio is staticky.
I'm driving. It's probably my service.
Okay.
Is it still really bad?
We can understand you a little bit, but it's really bad staticky.
Okay. Was it like that the whole time?
Yeah, the whole time you've been talking, it has. You want to drop down and try to come back up real quick and see if that'll help it?
Maybe. I bet you it's my service. Hold on. I'll come right back up.
Okay, please do.
Sounds like
I
it's
really am
Bluetooth.
interested in what she's saying.
Okay, yeah.
Please do.
All right. Yep. 1 sec.
I'm going to go ahead and drop it.
Yeah, just go ahead and send me a message on Twitter, and I'll get you those banners. I got a shit ton of them in my storage room.
Man, that is like
I said, it might
super
say,
cool.
tonight at Big Al's, this band or whatever, come and play cornhole, but who cares? You don't see it outside.
I don't care either. No,
because
it's not like
it's
that.
the
We're not
material
picky.
that costs money.
You know what? All we're trying to do is just spread the word, And so if it costs $250 instead of $2,500, I am freaking down for that.
Oh, you can print a lot of banners for $2,500.
And then I'll pay you for the shipping or whatever that it costs to do that. I mean,
I'll
seriously,
I'll find you a vinyl cutter right now.
Okay. Oh, you're awesome. I mean, I really appreciate that. That's seriously a big deal. Like, these banners mean a lot to us.
$289 in your set.
Okay. All right. So I need to just get that. And that's on eBay, you're seeing that, or on Amazon?
Let's see. Yeah, it's on Vivor. I'll drop a link in the back chat for you. To the private chat we have.
Okay.
And I'm also dropping Big Al's Twitter link back there as well, if it's easier for you to pick it up from back there.
Okay.
And somebody else has an echo.
It's probably my phone. It's always my phone.
Do you have a headset, Jennifer, or no?
No, I don't.
That's why you need a headset. It's picking up your speaker. Everything that we say comes out of your speaker and back through your microphone.
I'm sorry. It just always happens to me.
No, you're fine.
You get yourself some headphones and you'll never hear it again. Be crystal clear. Because when we're not talking and you talk, it sounds totally fine.
Elizabeth, how are you?
But yeah, that vinyl cutter, the link that I just sent you is more than enough for what you need. And you just buy a few rolls of vinyl and it's super easy. I mean, it really is. It's easy.
Well, I'm not crafty like that.
Type it out on the screen, you hit print, and it shoots the vinyl out and cuts it.
Okay.
And then you just peel the back off. It's just a sticker. And you put it on you lay it out on the banner, make sure it's straight, and peel it back and stick it on.
And you can get all different colors of vinyl,
you get all different colors and you can go crazy with it. But I mean, just for a simple banner, black against white.
Well, no, we're actually trying to get like it's not a photograph. There was a girl named Aubrey that like drew this really beautiful, picture of the boys that looks very much like them. And then in the middle of it, we want to say, we are still missing, and that's what we want to spread now.
That's going to cost you. That's
actually what I'm talking about. So
yeah, if you're just looking for print, that's one thing, and I'm sure you can buy a vinyl printer. I don't know how much you're looking for that. I've never looked at them, but I actually used to have a vinyl cutter.
Okay, but I will still completely look into this regardless, because it's still, no matter what, it's still, spreading the word out there. And if I can send them to people like for only the cost of shipping or something because it was so cheap to make, then I mean, I'm down for that.
I mean, basically what you're trying to do is you're producing the same thing you wrap a car with. When your realtor drives by with the big picture of their head on the side of the car, it's that same printer.
Right.
Now you're talking about probably a $1,200, $1,500 investment.
Okay, sis, can you hear us now?
Hello.
Okay, it sounds better.
Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
definitely better.
Yeah, I don't hear the feedback or the static anymore.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I told you I'm driving my stop to get some gas on my way home. But as far as the tech goes, I don't want to be a blabbermouth or a know-it-all, but like I was saying, I think as far as subpoenaing records, it would be worth a shot, but I wouldn't get my hopes too much up about that. If I were you, what I would go back through is what the police gathered, and then I would start asking myself what they didn't gather. Because the tricky thing about
Very
this
good point.
case, the tricky thing about this case is that the timeline was so goofy because by the time they called 911, it later comes out in court that, the brother hadn't seen him for months before. And so, unfortunately, with the police working from the starting point of when they went missing, we don't know how far back they might have subpoenaed records for. And, we could realistically, from that point, be looking 3, 4, 5, 6 months in arrears, and that's a lot of time to try to cover your tracks, right? So again, with the police starting from day one, you know they might be looking back 30 days or whatever the case may be. I know the neighbor video came out where they didn't come back from, what was it, Cal City, I think, after like around Christmas time with grandma.
Right. It was December 21st is when they were reported missing, and apparently the other 4 boys had went on quote unquote vacation to Grandma West's house here in Bakersfield during that time.
Yeah. So my understanding and just, my synopsis watching law enforcement, they were kind of going from that date. Well, we didn't see them on this video. So how far back did they look though? Were they looking 3 months in advance? The issue with the iPhones and even, Samsung, the Android platform, is that, unless they're subpoenaing specific records from Apple, from Google, all of these things from the device itself, you can restore to factory default. You can restore from a previous backup, and all the data that's been saved up to that point on the phone, you're going backwards. Now, again, that information is still within Apple, but if you're just pulling it straight off the device, the only thing you're going to have is what's in front of you uploaded to that device itself.
That's not
So,
true.
yes, it is. I work in tech.
Well, so do I, and I did
So
for.
if you restore from a previous backup on that phone, your phone is like it was on that day. Again, the data still exists. The data does still exist, but you're not going to see it on the device because that device, those events haven't happened yet. The data still exists wherever it's saved to, whether it's the Apple cloud, whether it's Google. My point in saying this is, if you have access or if they got into their Google accounts, one thing that you can do at this point, again, we're working years in advance. A lot of people don't know this, but in Google, unless you specifically go and shut it off, Google is tracking your every move, literally step by step. It's right in the data settings. You can go look at it right now, and unless you have it turned off, you have that information available to you. My point is, I think at this point, getting any fresh new data is going to probably come from apps or accounts like that, because I think you're going to have trouble at this point taking the cellular provider route. Again, it's just been too long. I think while the case was ongoing up to the point of it going to trial, a lot of times law enforcement will, keep cell phone plans active, so in case they do need to go back and get something, that data is there. But once it goes to trial, they kind of have what they need. They're not really doing that indefinitely. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
But I'm sure you have a Google account. You can go right now, look at your app settings. If you go to your app settings in data and privacy, you can look and track your location and everything that Google has saved from you. Instagram, if your location's the same way. So again, from the cellular provider perspective, yes, you have all the triangulations and stuff, but for the time periods you're looking for, again, that might not be obtainable at this point. Have you done a FOIA for the discovery to see?
Is she still here?
I don't
Jennifer,
know.
are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know what her question meant.
Oh, I'm sorry. A Freedom of Information request? A FOIA for the discovery file?
No, I have not done that, but I have no idea if the other people I know have done that, but I could certainly put that out there. I don't know anything about that.
I would request it because aside from what's redacted, you'll have full discovery for the case, and all the evidence that they have that was presented at trial or used in the trial. So again, there'll probably be a lot of stuff that's redacted, but unless they denied it at some point, which it's already been tried, I don't know really why they would. You should be able to get the full case file. And again, at this point, it's not, I would look obviously to see what you have, but I would also look to see what isn't there. And again, if you know what you're doing and try to cover your tracks, there are ways to do it from the handset itself. But again, like the Google thing I mentioned, a lot of people don't think about that. So you can request, all of that data, and how long does a Google account survive? It's not like a cellular phone provider where they're deleting inactive accounts after 90 days. That will be there for years. So that's the type of stuff I would be looking for at this point.
Okay, sis, you're breaking up again really bad. I don't think she can hear me.
Anyway, that's what I would do at this point.
Okay, we couldn't hear the last thing that you said. It was breaking up.
Yeah, I muted myself because I figured it was kind of bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit. It's still going in and out.
I think it's a lot better now.
Well, I'm trying to be
okay. No, it's not.
Monopolized.
Yeah, it's going in and out.
All
really
right,
bad.
I take it back. I want it to be better. I have faith in you.
Yeah, I live. Well, I'm in between two houses right now. I sold my house and my new house isn't ready yet. So where I'm staying, it's like really out there, and the service is so bad. But anyway, the point is, I'm not trying to monopolize your chat or your channel anyway.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
Good.
But yeah, like I was saying, at this point, I would be looking for what isn't there in the cell phone records, and then what do we still have access to today? Because again, subpoena. I've worked for cellular providers. I've worked for internet service providers, and because it is so expensive to store data, inactive users, again, there's a window but it's just too expensive to keep indefinitely. But a company
So
like
for the records,
Google,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
and
wanted to
my
ask you.
AT&T records and my account has been.
Okay, she's really robotic now.
I know. I didn't mean to
Hold on.
interrupt her either. Okay. What I was just going to ask you is that the information that they already have, would they be able to go back on that? You're saying yes and look at the information that they didn't, look into, or
What's been subpoenaed from the cell phone companies at this point is probably all you're going to be able to get, just because of how long ago it's been. And unless those accounts are still active, which I doubt, I don't think that you're going to have any luck. I think they're going to tell you it's just not available any longer.
I
But it's worth a
assume
try.
that's
It's worth a try. I'm just saying, I wouldn't get my hopes
everything's
up
worth a
about
try.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Hmm.
be looking for other possible options. Again, like I said, go into the Google accounts. You can request your activity from Instagram, Facebook. If the location services are on a device, every app in the world is tracking you at all times. And another thing, I can't remember the van they had, but if it's equipped with satellite radio, I don't know how to explain this in a way that's not like too geeky, but
It's okay.
those.
Nerd us out, because any information that you can provide about the van, if we could ever even figure out where
Yeah,
that
no,
van is at.
please get geeky.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. So if you have like satellite radio, I mean, I've got a car, not my main car, but I've got another vehicle. It's like 12, 13 years old, and it has satellite radio. It just doesn't even really have a screen. It's, you know what I mean? But there's a code on there, and if you call Sirius and give them that code, your radio is working and on instantly. And the reason for that is because the satellites are constantly communicating with that radio. That's why you turn it on and you still see ads for where you're at. So if you drive to a different city, if it's not on. If it's on and working and you have an active subscription, typically you'll get ads for the address and location of where they know that you are. If it's an inactive account, what you'll hear it's just like the radio, like FM radio. You change a channel station. Okay, well now you're picking up a broadcast for that town, that city. Sirius XM works the same way. They know where you're at because that radio is constantly sending and receiving. It's like a transmit and receive signal constantly with the satellite. That's why when you call and give them that code to sign up for service, let's say it's on and working right away. It's because there's a constant communication. Well, I said that also to say that Sirius saves that data. Now, how long they save it for, I don't know that. I know satellite internet providers save data for a lot longer than terrestrial providers keep it for. I've worked for both. I've also worked for DirecTV. Satellite data, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the size. I don't know if it's I think probably they use a lot more like cloud core sourcing for storing of data, which is obviously a lot more inexpensive. DirecTV saves data for very, very long periods of time, but they also have an antiquated way of doing a lot of things. So it's hard to say 100%, but that is another avenue that you could possibly look at if it was done. Another thing people say, oh, discoveries and law enforcement, this and that. I hate to say it, but law enforcement and tech and attorneys and tech, it's really not like a lot. And I'm not trying to, talk poorly about like older people, but a lot of times people, they know how to do things one way. They were trained to do things a certain way. They were trained in a case like this, subpoena these records. They might not always be reading between the lines or have the forethought of someone that, works in tech predominantly to know about other avenues to look for. And I hate to say it, but I see it in a lot of cases. And it kind of takes someone that has a tech background, in my opinion, and then also just goes into law enforcement. But the two intersecting, usually it's a law enforcement officer that was trained to do this job at the department. Does that make sense? So I think that in a lot of cases, and I don't know if anybody else watches Emily D. Baker, but it's so funny. She always says we need more tech in law. And it's so true, because there's stuff sometimes I'm like screaming at my TV, like, do this, you freaking idiots ask for this, and they don't. But again, if you don't know what to ask for, what do you do? And I feel that way sometimes, in even like the subpoenaing of records when they do. But again, if you don't know what to ask for, these companies aren't there just waiting to hand over more information. I know when I worked for ISPs, it's really your job to protect the customer. You don't want to give up anything more than you have to. And I always hated it when, we'd get subpoenas for, like prosecuting people for like pirating and stuff like that, or, like torrent sharing, or just whatever, multiple different things. And I always hated those. I felt so bad, because then it's like, they're about to get sued or whatever the case may be, but you have to give it over. Well, I'm not digging through that person's records, finding all the other times they did it and didn't get caught, and handing that over to the law. Does that make sense? So again, I think that there's a lot of holes in the forensic tech aspect in a lot of cases, but this one is just so tricky because of the age. And I wish there was a one size fits all answer, but again, I would be interested to see the discovery, and I would be interested to see, like I said, the things that they didn't ask for, because I think that's going to be the most relevant starting point for you at this point. If you see a date range for, triangulation and things like that, and you don't think it goes back far enough, well, then I would start looking at, what's another avenue that we might be able to obtain the same information. Can we get it from the Google accounts? Do we have access to the Google accounts? Do we have access to Instagram? All of those things, and maybe find another way to obtain the data, or an alternate avenue, that might be less precise, but something's better than nothing at this point. So that's what I would do.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to catch up in chat here real quick. I had to step away from my computer for just a second. And I just seen a comment. I'm gonna have to slow the chat down here in just a second, because I just saw a comment that I was trying to get to, and now I can't find it. And I don't remember who it was. Well, shit.
Well, shit.
I can't find it now, because I was looking right at it, and then chat went to rolling quick. I'll have to go through it and see if I can find it.
Well, I do appreciate all of your information that you were just talking about too. I was trying to really squint and see your screen name, and it looks like it says Sis Vicious. And I thought she said Sears. I thought she said Sears earlier, so I'm trying to just make sure that I'm seeing it.
I'm about to change it to Sis Suspicious with all these damn cases lately.
Oh, you're really bad robotic now, sis.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's probably me again.
I'm still driving. I'm just going to mute myself and hang back. You guys talk. Like I said, I didn't mean to be a windbag and take over, but this case was really hard for me too. So when she said that, was asking questions, I'm like, I want to tell her what I would do, but I'm gonna hang back.
I'm super glad that you like
Okay.
came on and like said what you said and like gave all that information, because I'm gonna have to like go and like replay this again tomorrow and share it with a few of my friends, like a few, like 20,
Where
so
the
that
heck
they,
is Big
so
Al?
you'll probably get some new members on here, Lost Souls. So
Okay. Well, thank you.
you'll thank me later.
Let's see. I'm in the chat. Okay, because Big Al, you were saying you were in the back chat, but I didn't. Never mind, Big Al. I read it wrong. Yeah, it is way too early in the morning. I thought he said he was in the back chat, not back in the chat. Okay. All right, so I'm going to drop this real quick in this chat. Okay. GG. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to see if I got anything left in my email. Did I show y'all? Well, no, I didn't show y'all, I don't think. I did go over it. Hold on just 1 second. I did show y'all the tort claim or the tort file where Shannon Gray sent the thing to the court or to the town of Moscow, where the families of Kaylee and Maddie possibly will be suing the city and in Idaho State Police and all that. I did show y'all that, right? Okay, so no way I did. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I did. I couldn't remember. Okay, hold on. I'm just looking at something else real quick.
I saw that, but I have a question. If you know what saw that they reserved the right, but what would they sue the city for?
That they haven't said. It's let me see if I can. Hold on. I think I've got it. Well, I threw it back in my. Give me just a second. Let me pull it back up here. Because I believe it says. Okay, so it's Karen Laramie, which is Maddie's mom, and the estate of Maddie Mogan. But it doesn't say. It just says cause of damages, death, murder of Maddie Mogan, and then the amount of the claim is undetermined at this time. But so it doesn't say why. So I guess as far as that, we would have to wait until they decide whether they're going to do that or not.
I saw one thing that was super sweet too. Thank you for answering that.
Oh,
But
you're welcome.
did you see that they established a Maddie May Day for like a random act of kindness? I think it was
Yeah,
her family. I thought that was so sweet.
yeah, I shared the website the first of last week, I think it was. I shared the website on here that they had done for and all that.
It's always nice in these cases when you see something positive like that, like the Ethan's, well, a tulip, I think.
Oh,
Or,
yeah, the yellow and white tulips for
Mhm.
Ethan. They call them Ethan Smiles, and then they've got pink and white tulips that's Forever Sisters for the girls.
Yeah, I thought that was so sweet. It's just nice when you see something. Just
Right. Yeah, and you can even buy the bulbs, the tulip bulbs. You can buy them from Tulip Valley Farms, where Ethan used to work at.
I should have done that. I forgot about that. I might still do. Yeah, I guess I could probably get them in still for this year.
I want to say that it said October. Like you can go ahead and order them, but I think it said that they would start being shipped in October.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's really sweet.
Right.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah, I know that there was I forgot what station it was that did an interview with Ethan's mom and dad, and they were there at the tulip farm and was helping sell the bouquets of Ethan Smiles and the Forever Sisters. Uh, P-Fox, I've never planted tulips. Um, I think you have to keep them in the refrigerator, the bulbs, for so long. I don't know. Let me. I'm gonna post a link. Let me grab the link to it.
I have roses, but the only thing I know about tulips is that I used to go to a tulip festival where
Uh-huh.
where I used to live. I don't know. I've heard that before, but that sounds complicated to me. I don't know.
Okay, there's the link to it. It should have some instructions on how to do it. I know nothing about tulips. All right, and if y'all haven't done so, could y'all please hit the thumbs up? Okay, let's see. I'm not good with any plants or flowers. The only good I do is buy them for people and get extra plant food for the flowers. Yeah, I'm not much of a flower person either. I just know that with the bulbs, you got to put them in the refrigerator for however long, and then you're supposed to plant them at a certain time of year. And I believe it says on that website that I posted the link to that you can go ahead and order them, but they will start sending them out, I believe, in October.
I'm just gonna say
P-Fox.
this here, and I haven't been on any panel anywhere for so long, but I keep seeing people talking about, we're not seeing any of the friends, anybody close, anybody, coming out, this, that, and the third. And I just really don't blame anybody. And I don't know if I'm alone in that too, but the way that social media and YouTube, Reddit will just shred a person and dissect every little thing. I don't think it's that surprising personally that is, and I'm including myself in that, but the second someone's name is known, it's like, that person, just any little thing that can be dug up, Google is forever. And I wouldn't put myself in that position. Not
Right. Well, I mean, just look at the guy off of Twitter that was talking about all that about Dylan that we know isn't true, but just the stuff that he was saying about her.
yes.
And it was, and don't get me wrong, I have questions about the 7 to 8 hour gap between, her seeing the guy and the 911 call. And I get that she's young and she's scared or was scared or whatever, but the stuff that guy was saying about her was completely disgusting and overboard and just not right at all. And he just kept going with it and going with it and just posting it as facts, which without any proof. And I don't understand people who do stuff like that.
I don't either. And that's what I'm saying. To question why everybody is staying out of the fray. I mean, really? I feel like
Right.
it's just kind of a naive approach. And I also understand why people want to hear more from the people that knew them or whatever. But at the same time, I just don't think it's that curious why people are choosing not to, or if they do, it's anonymous, or you just kind of have to trust that they are who they say they are coming out, which is a whole other conversation. But take the Kylie Rodney case for example, and I don't want to go too far on that, but Sammy, it just the boyfriend, all these people, it's like there's still new videos being made about it and stuff, and I
Right.
understand why there's still questions, but again, especially for younger people in college, they're just starting their life. I don't think they want that attached to them. It's like I mean, you carry it around like a fucking disease. Oh, excuse me, like a disease for the whole rest of your life. A Google search of who you are, and that's
Hmm.
what comes up. I don't blame anybody. So I just think it's interesting that that keeps coming up, like every channel, every interview. I don't know. It's not that surprising to me, I guess.
Yeah, because like with Bethany, we only thing we've heard of Bethany was what was listed in the PCA, and then um, that she was subpoenaed. Then that was quashed. She was supposed to do an interview with Bryan's legal team, but I don't know if that even happened because of the grand jury now. Because the deal was they quash the subpoena if she agrees to talk with Ann Taylor Neal, and then that keeps her from having to testify to prelim. But with the grand jury indictment, does that get her out of that interview with Ann Taylor and them, or does she still have to do that?
If there's a trial, she has to testify. If she's
No,
subpoenaed.
no, I'm talking about does she still, because they did the grand jury, does she still have to do the interview with Ann Taylor and them?
Well, I thought it was interesting that they said what she had was exculpatory, and I think they said that to compel the judge to force her
Mm-hmm.
to talk to them when she initially declined. But I'm so curious to find out what they think she knew to interview her specifically, because as far as the PCA, it was all Dylan, Dylan, Dylan. And I don't know if maybe they just wanted to hear more from her, but I thought that was really interesting as well.
There's a lot of interesting things in this case. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense, and more than none, it's all weird. Just things that come out and said, and this person coming out saying this, and this person coming out saying that, and no proof, and I don't know. It's crazy.
I haven't been on one of your lives in a long time, so I apologize if you've done a poll, but I'm curious what the consensus is with you and your viewers. If do people think there was more than one person involved? I don't know what I think, I'll be honest. I think it's possible either pre or post the actual crime, but with so many FBI involved, I just think it would be challenging, not impossible, but challenging to not yet have heard of another person, warrant, etc., for a second person actually being there. And we don't know what footage they have, but I mean, I said this earlier, 51 terabytes of data, that's the Finnegan's wake of discoveries.
Mm-hmm. I think it's possible, and this is just my opinion, that he might have had help. I'm still the car and the way the car was turning around that night and making all these 3-point turns and not knowing where to park or not knowing where to turn around, but yet they claimed that he had been there for 12 different times. So if you've been there for 12 different times, allegedly stalking this house, you would know where to go and where to turn around and where you can park and all that. So I always wondered if maybe somebody somebody might have dropped him off, and they would just kept coming back to see if he was ready to be picked up, and they could have dropped him off and him not tell them what he was going to do, or then again it could have been somebody dropping him off and he did tell them.
See, I'm kind of with you. I think that there's a strong possibility, and like the turning around and all that, I'm totally with you on that. Before, during, or after, I think there's a strong possibility that there was someone else. The actual crime itself and the commission of it, I don't think that there was anyone else. But again, innocent until proven a pervert. That is my opinion exclusively.
Right. Yeah, I think that what happened in the house, I think completely him. Just, I still think he had someone helping him in some sort of way. Oh,
See,
General.
I still don't think I'm not convinced that he did it myself.
Yeah, Ray still wants
And
to hear
I
all the
believe
evidence, which is fine.
I believe that part of the scene was cleaned up. myself.
Okay. Hey, Miss
I mean,
Chewy.
if you was in and around all that blood, there would be a lot more than one shoe print that you can't see on the floor.
That's what I'm saying.
And even when you look at the pictures of the forensics teams, both the doors, when there's one from the back, you can look through the window, you don't see footsteps, you don't see. There's a picture of the forensics teams like dusting everything. They're all just like standing over the threshold into the front door. Like, okay, how is there nothing? I've wondered that myself because that doesn't make sense to me. Wouldn't you preserve? I mean, maybe they had already tested and there was nothing, but again, how is that possible? Did he go through a window? You know,
Right.
I don't know, but y'all are stepping all over the two main exits. You can see through the windows in the photos. There's no footprints. It doesn't look. I don't see any ear marker. I say ear markers, but I don't know what those little yellow things are for the evidence for photographs. I don't see anything like that. There's nothing. It's odd. It's very odd to me. So
We'll find out at some point in time the actual evidence that they truly have.
yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying.
P-Fox.
Sorry, go
Wait,
ahead.
let me. No, hold on 1 second. P-Fox, you're saying the October 2nd court date is gone for Bryan's case? Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Let me
And
look.
we still don't have the actual time of deaths. They just have a small window where they think it happened. It could have happened after 420.
Y'all,
I'm
hold
gonna
on
say
one
something
second, Brad.
else that doesn't have anything to do with the price of tea in China because I don't believe the 4chan stuff now. I don't even think I really believed it then, knowing what we know now. But I will say that those pictures were very odd, and I still am curious where those came from. Do y'all remember that in the very beginning before there was the suspect or he was arrested or anything? This is like just a couple weeks after it happened, all the 4chan stuff.
No, I don't go to 4chan. I went there once. I seen some crazy stuff and I didn't go back.
Yeah, it's the musty basement of the internet, but
Kara, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, "All right, guys, it's late here in Texas. Sorry, if I didn't know who you were and may have come off as rude. Love everyone though." And Kara, no, honey, you never said anything that was rude. You're good. And it does. I just posted the link. It does still show in the case summary on the Idaho website that it's still scheduled for October the 2nd, unless they haven't updated it. But I'll have to check back Monday. Big Al, have a good night, and thank you for coming up.
I was I was actually hoping he would elaborate a little bit more about the tech, but maybe there's another time for that.
Kara, thank you so much. She said, also, can we get a super chat dream? Thank you. Thank you for that super chat. That was very nice of you. And Kara, have a good night. Yeah, Big Al's got some stuff going on with his business with the holiday weekend. So,
Okay.
but he's always up here
Yeah.
every night or every other night usually. So,
Right. And I'm usually in the chat. I don't always chat, but I'm usually here pretty much anytime you come on. So thank you for everything, and thanks for talking about, this with us and the boys, and thank you, Sis Vicious, for speaking on what you have, and Big Al, and everything. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys for like at least spreading some awareness for them, and any other awareness you can do, or any other, if you want to bring up a whole entire show about them, then I'd be willing to talk on it, and I could probably get some other people to talk on it too. So
Okay.
just want you to know, like, we're still looking for justice for them,
For sure.
All right.
Sure.
Well, thank you for everything. You guys have a good night. I
All
appreciate
right. Thanks for coming up. You too.
You too. Bye.
All right. No Way says choo choo. No Way. Thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Scarlett, I'm going to use a link just to see if the problem. Okay, King Scarlett, that's fine. Do you want me to pull you up on panel, King Scarlett? If you do, let me know, and I'll pull you up. Brad, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, Charlotte? And hello, everyone.
I'm doing good.
Concerning, the reason I wanted to jump on is because I've been kind of looking back at the direction of travel of the vehicle and the times of the vehicle being around the one known as suspect vehicle number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And, back to the first time that I ever got on your panel, we were talking about how, well, I guess I was talking about it, but, it sounds like a delivery driver, just the way that they're going up and down the block and turning around, and the way GPS directions work if the address is a little odd, I guess.
Right. Which
it kind of is, in my opinion. But that's not really my point. My point is that, after the vehicle leaves the area and the phone is in airplane mode or whatever, that they say in the PCA, it comes back on like just about an hour later, and Pullman is only like 10 or 12 miles away, right? So
it's like 9 point something.
Okay.
Miles something. It's between 9 and 10 miles.
Okay, so it certainly doesn't take that long to go there, and there's obviously a very straight route direction of travel that someone could go if they wanted to. So my contention is that there has to be a reason for that. Mm-hmm. And one of those things that people have rationalized is that maybe he's disposing of stuff or something like that. But considering that the vehicle made so many passes beforehand, and then even after, allegedly in the morning, even, like, there's number one, there's got to be a reason why it took 45 minutes or more to get back into his area.
Right.
And I think that there is things that allude to the possibility that there was more than one person. And I think that we're just kind of overlooking, because we want to rationalize that this one person that they say did it is the one that did it, and that's all there is to it. But I think that we all know in our heart that there's more to it. We just don't know what the more to it really is.
Right.
You got the 8-hour gap and all these different things that a lot of us know full well about and have looked over numerous times. And I just don't think that there's any way that it took that long if there isn't stops involved and stuff like that. Like the beforehand stuff, like if you're gonna commit some vicious act, you're not gonna drive back and forth up the street. And the only reason I can think of logically for myself is that, the DoorDash shows up at 4 a.m., and a lot of people have come to that conclusion too, that maybe he waited a minute or whomever, because that's my contention is whomever. I got my Sixth Amendment reasons and constitutional reasons in general why I won't. I'm unwilling to condemn anyone without seeing all the evidence that's against them, or allowing them to face their accusers and have their own words if they decide and all that. Mm-hmm. But but there's definitely something to all that, I think. You know,
Right.
he didn't just like, nobody just spent 45 minutes driving around without a reason. You know what I mean? Like if it is him, why wouldn't he just go home and do whatever he had to do whatever? You know what I mean? Like I could see stopping. Like, I mean, yeah, I could see stopping maybe one place or something on the way, and maybe it is just that. Maybe someone stopped on the way and like stashed some stuff or whatever, which I have my doubts about, depending on what was actually taken from the scene. Because, like, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you would maybe stash it, but you certainly would like know where it was and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I wonder though if what took him so long to get back home, because like you're saying, there's a reason it took him that long and why he went that route. Did he drop off the weapon or maybe some clothes or something like that somewhere? Because
well, the Snake River is along the route, if I remember correctly, and there's a lot of people that think that maybe he dumped something along the way.
right.
And but there's, I mean, if you look at the map that they put out in the PCA for the direction of travel and where the phone pings are and all that kind of stuff, or whatever, or the sightings, one of the two. You know, it's a big round circle, you know.
Right, because I mean, why not just go back home the way you came?
Straight across.
I mean, is that the reason why he brought his phone with him? But then again, he still didn't have it on. Let me go. I got to pull the PCA back up.
Yeah, the phone was shut off according to the PCA. It was in airplane mode or shut off from like 2:45-ish or so, I think. Or
let's see.
You got to think another thing. The route that he took back home, he took 17 minutes longer than it would take you to drive that route. So
he
there was 17 minutes missed, you know what I mean, during that time.
Right.
And there was no traffic, so you can't blame traffic.
Yeah, and I mean, he had a phone. He couldn't have used the GPS, I don't guess. But let me see if I can find what time it was that they're saying he cut his phone off. Let's see.
And there was also like a pond close to where the you know, whatever occurred.
There's a pond close to there?
Yeah, I found it on another site. Somebody had talked about it a long time ago. Yeah, there's a pond like really close to where that road is, and we're just outside of Moscow there.
Okay, I can pull that up on the map in just a second. Let me find this while I have. Excuse me. All right, so let me pull it up real quick. All right, so zoom it in where y'all can see it. Now, where did the time go? I literally just had it. Okay, here we go. So a review. So investigators were given access to video footage of WSU campus located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at the stadium, or at Stadium Way. Approximately 2:53, the white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street. Okay, so let's just say 2:44 would have been the time that he would have left, give or take a minute or so. Where does it say that he is saying here at 5:25 he came back? But I thought it says in here somewhere where he put it in airplane mode.
It's in the PCA. Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember exactly?
It's
This PCA is so
there's
like
more than one of them too, right?
scattered. Well, this is the one for Idaho, and then they took this one, and I believe used it for the one in Washington, and it is attached to the documents in Pennsylvania as well.
Well, from the beginning, you have it right there. It says 3:26 a.m. is when it was first sighted, right? Isn't that right?
Okay,
Like
so
entering the area or something.
yeah, westbound on Steiner Avenue. Steiner Avenue is over where the gas station is. You know where they got the picture of the car on the camera footage over there. That's where Steiner Avenue is. But there was somewhere in here. I just got to find it because, like I said, the PCA is kind of all over the place. But it says that he either cut it off or he went into airplane mode, and it tells at a certain time. I just got to find where exactly that is. I don't like how they did this because they start with, like what happened at the house, and then it jumps to other stuff. Okay, so this is okay. That's explaining everything in the house. Okay, it may take me a second to find it, but I know it's in here somewhere where it said that he. But I want to say it was two something. It was. I think it was right around the time that Kaylee. They said Kaylee and Maddie were calling Jack D. So 250, something like that. 252. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so Steiner Avenue, he's in Moscow. Okay, then it shows starting at 329, ending at 420.
And that's when it was seen leaving allegedly at a high rate of speed between 420 and
Hold on
40.
one sec. All right, real quick, we're not going to have anybody disrespecting the mods in the chat. Yeah, if y'all can't be respectful, then I'm going to start removing comments. Fred, give me just 1 second. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'm here.
Okay, GNP, where was he being rude to her? I'm seriously not doing this tonight, people. Okay, I'm back. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay. Um. So yeah, I guess what I was getting to, anyways, or curious about, and wanted to go back over, even though I have kind of been a little bit the last couple days. The breakdown of the timeline with the vehicle and people in the house. I mean, you got the TikTok thing, which we
Mhm.
don't really know for certain. I don't think, do we? Whether they were like actively recording or just watching videos.
No, they didn't say. They just said, I think it was she had her TikTok pulled up at that time on her phone.
And then we've got the DoorDash, which I've been thinking about that like all along too, which is like, if you had my phone right now and you went to Uber Eats or wherever I've put my information in before, you wouldn't have to put it in again. All you'd have to do is simply order it.
Mm-hmm.
And originally, like with police reports originally was 3 to 4 a.m., right? So
Right.
like nothing has stayed consistent like since day one. Like there's pretty much zero that's been consistent between police reports and the PCA, let's say. And obviously they don't. Obviously, we know at this point that they don't have to really clue us in or can even mislead us in order to keep their investigation pure, so to speak, right?
Yeah,
So
because I mean, what was the point of them saying 3 to 4 and then coming back out and saying between 4 and 5?
what was
Well,
what was the
what I
point of
remember
the
from the very beginning, they said 3 to 6 a.m. That's what I recall from the very beginning, and then they changed it. Just like they said a lot of stuff, like the girls were downstairs together in the same room at the beginning, and then they changed it.
Right. Yeah, they didn't change that until the PCA came out.
Did they say they were in the same room?
Uh,
Yeah, I said it on TV during the
I,
press conference.
that they were in the same room or on the same floor.
Same floor is what I feel like I remember, but I'm not certain, I guess.
Because I could have missed a press conference in there somewhere where they said the same room. I do remember it being said that they were both asleep on the same floor and that they slept through the whole night. Like
Right.
they slept
Originally,
together.
yes.
Yeah. And then
Yes.
once the PCA came out, I mean, the truth had to come out with Dylan being on the second floor and what she saw and all that.
Okay, so my my contention would be that we don't really know for sure if they did that to preserve things or if it just happened organically. Like we don't know if she changed her statement or
That's
Right.
what I keep pointing at is if they did give that statement at the beginning and then change testimony, their testimony is going to be thrown out. It's not going to be able to be used.
I guess that depends on how it was. Yeah, on that question. I mean, that would depend on that a lot.
Well, if one person gave two separate statements or more than two separate statements that don't jive, then, a good defense attorney is going to be able to tear that apart. And that's
Well,
pretty much going to, they're going to be considered a liar.
well, I'm definitely convinced that the words that we see in the PCA are like they're in the author's own words and not the actual statement.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's verbatim, the statement. And if she's being interviewed about it, if it's really a real investigation, which obviously it is, it's going to be um, a mild interrogation at the least, and maybe a serious interrogation even. It's still known as an interview um, if you're just being questioned. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, there's always been a part of me that's wondered if if maybe someone could have suggested words, and if you've been in a room for a bunch of time and people are grilling you, like it's not uncommon for people to agree to stuff just to get out of that room.
Right. You're wanting to get it done and over with. 4 of your friends had just been murdered in a very brutal way. No telling what happened in that
And
interview.
I'm as always, I'm not trying to say anything is certainly the case. I'm just
No,
saying,
no. You're just giving opinions and theories.
exactly,
Right.
possibilities,
Right.
because I'm a pretty analytical thinker, and if you toggle the Rubik's cube long enough, you usually do come up with an answer,
Right.
or at least maybe some form of a logical conclusion. And I don't think we can really do that in this case thus far because of all the conflicting information.
Yeah, there's been so much. Now, like I said before, I get that maybe they said that both of the girls were on the first floor because they didn't know who this person was that did this, and maybe they were trying to protect them. But why even bring it up? If the media says, was there anybody else in the house, just say no, or I can't answer that, or why say that there was 2 surviving roommates there? Because then at that time, that lets the person who did this know, well, shit, did they see me? Is there a chance that maybe they had heard something and saw me, but I didn't see them? Why not just say no or no comment?
Yeah, and someone just mentioned in the chat about the doggies whimpering, and that was like the very first thing that was really heard was playing with the dog, right? And
Yeah.
that was at like right about the same time as the DoorDash.
Yeah, it said 4 o'clock. Dylan was woken up by what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog on the 3rd floor.
Right. So, yeah, 4:04, and then what time was it that the car made its final turn and parked? According to
Well, it's saying that at 4:04 is when it appeared back on the camera. It goes up to the apartment buildings next door, which is 500 Queen Road, I believe is the address there. It turns around, comes back down in front of the house, tries to park, it can't. It tries to turn around, it can't. So it goes down to the end of the street, makes a 3-point turn, and comes back up. So if it's seen coming back onto the camera at 4:04 and it goes up, turns around, comes down, tries to park, tries to turn around, does a 3-point turn, that's at least 2 or 3 minutes before it goes up to the house, and then it doesn't come back out until 4:20.
Right, and then they add 4:25 in there somewhere as well.
Yeah, they said that based off of Dylan's statement and the data that was downloaded from Dylan and Bethany's phones, that they determined that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. But how is that possible if the car was seen at 4:04 for the last time and then leaving the last time at 4:20? It's not like their times aren't adding up in their own PCA.
And that's why, like I'm starting to think that the after evidence of the car moving around and where it's at, and the before evidence as well, if you just look at that in itself and take everybody's names out of it and stuff, I mean, it looks like maybe someone either could have maybe even already been in the house and someone's coming back to try to pick them up.
Right.
Or
that's what I think that that possibly someone was driving the car and they kept coming back because they said it was like 3 times, and then that fourth time was at 4:04, and it's almost like they kept coming back just to see if he was ready. And
And
then,
my feeling is that it might be just the opposite of that. That he's the driver and that someone else
somebody
is
else
inside.
possibility.
Yeah. And that's why I've been harping so hard on whether he really asked if others were arrested or not, and whether that happened after he was charged with 4 counts of homicide or before.
Right. Betty Joe, yes, it does say, let me, I think it's up close to the top up here. I think it was page 5. Yes, right here. In this thing right here, the combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video, I think they meant vehicle right there, as described below, leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25.
And if one of the victims truly ordered that DoorDash themselves and all of that, then that would have to be the case, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would have to be.
It seems weird how the car, like the suspect vehicle car, it disappears, and then DoorDash shows up, and then as soon as DoorDash, like I don't know how long it would take DoorDash to pull up there and make a delivery, get back in the car and leave, but literally right after DoorDash leaves, then this suspect vehicle car shows back up. And I'm not saying that DoorDash had anything to do with it, but it kind of makes you wonder if it wasn't someone else who ordered the DoorDash.
Well, I actually drove for them for a while, and I've done courier work, chauffeur work, and DoorDash, and so I can't speak to every driver's ability to get stuff done quicker than another, but it's really pretty basic. You walk up to the door, set the food down, or hand it to them, whichever they prefer. And if it's a contactless delivery, then you take a picture of it and mark it as being there, and then you get back in your ride and go. So
Okay.
I would say under a minute for the
Okay.
delivery itself.
Okay.
And then, if you're getting back in your car, if you don't already have something pending, then you, I don't know. Either way, if you had something else going on at that time, then you would be on your way to the next thing.
Okay.
Probably within 2 minutes, I would guess, at the most.
So that DoorDash driver literally left right before this car comes back onto their street that last time. That's crazy, because what if that person would have been hurt in all this, and all they were doing is just delivering somebody food?
And that's why, it's hard to get out of my brain that, like, driving back and forth, because, like, I've seen a map now of actually the actual travel of the vehicle. So they're going back and forth in front of the place 2 or 3 times before it parks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does seem to me like, even still, like someone that doesn't honestly know. Right. I'm like, if you're going to do a horrible act, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that you would literally drive it back and forth 2 or 3 times before.
Especially if he's been there 12 other times. It seems like he would have known where he can and cannot park, or how to park, or where to turn around and all that. It almost seems like the car was lost.
Well,
sometimes GPS gets you lost and you're sitting right there.
And that's what I'm saying. But according to the PCA, they only mention one time that the phone tries to handshake with the Wi-Fi. whether he actually connected to it or not is a question. It says that it attempted to connect, more or less.
Now, didn't
So that's
Kaylee's
one time.
dad? Didn't Kaylee's dad say that it did connect to their Wi-Fi? Was he the one that said that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Wasn't it Kaylee's dad that said that Brian's phone connected to the kid's Wi-Fi?
Isn't
I
that
could have sworn it
Steve?
was in the PCA too,
Okay.
mentioning that it attempted to connect one of those 12 times.
Okay.
It doesn't
Betty
say any
Joe.
more than that, but I'm not 100%, I guess.
Okay, a few people are in chat are saying, yeah, he did say that. I thought I had heard him say that or something to that effect, that it had connected or whatever. So, I mean, we know just by that he was there at least once out of the 12 times.
And we also know if that, well, we don't know, but if it was truly connected, like literally connected, then either they have an open Wi-Fi with no password,
Right.
or someone would have had to known that password.
Right. Because, I mean, it's a party house, there's kids in and out of there. Would a college house leave their Wi Fi unlocked? You know, people
Depends
in
on
and out.
how tech savvy you are, and I think Kaylee's dad was pretty tech savvy. I would think he would, tell her you got to have a password.
Right.
And then if you got a party house, you're not passing out your password to 100 people, 150 people. That just ain't happening.
And here's another thing that's really bothered me a lot is that 0 people know who Bryan is. Like 0. Like no one has like claimed that they, I mean, past friends and all that aside, but I'm saying like in the area, I haven't heard of anyone saying that like they know. Well, I guess there was the restaurant, but wherever that was or whatever,
It seems like I saw something as I was scrolling through Facebook. I mean,
the
not
bar.
Facebook. It might have been Facebook. One of the groups that somebody said that they knew or that they had seen Brian at, where was that? I don't remember where it was. And I think somebody asked in chat the last time I was live if I had heard that somebody come out and said that they had seen Brian somewhere in Moscow. But I don't remember who it was that asked me or where it was that they saw him.
Yeah, I don't even know why it crossed my mind, but it just did. So.
Okay, Bernice in chat is saying in the van field at 9 a.m.
Yeah,
That might have been it. Maybe somebody claims that they seen him that morning. Maybe that's what it was. I just remember somebody asking me about it, and I told them no, I hadn't heard that. I thought Kelly's dad said that
yeah,
he
that
said
was
he wasn't.
third party. That was third party, as far as I know.
Okay.
And
Oh,
even that
Dave
wasn't
said it.
confirmed.
Okay. Yeah, they're saying that Dave said it.
Yeah, he did,
Okay.
and he also said that it wasn't like 100%, but that
Right.
someone similar.
Right. Yeah, I had never heard that, which I didn't listen to Dave's. I listened to maybe 5 or 10 minutes of one of the interviews, and that was it. And I was more or less there listening for something else and not actually paying attention to what he had said. Let's see. See, PCA also says that he pinged all these times, but one time he pinged but wasn't there. Bernice, I don't understand that. Um, but it does say that in the PCA. He was there 12 times. The first time was August the 21st, which was the night that he got pulled over by the cops for the seatbelt violation, and they said that he was there close to the house November the 13th. That I think he left his house at 9 o'clock, got back at 9:32 at his house, and he was in the area of the house that morning. And then they said that after that, another time that he pinged, but they don't think he was in the area. So why did they not think he was in the area that morning or that day, even though he pinged?
And that's a good question. And the original question that was posed to Big Al at the beginning, because I was watching and listening from the beginning, but was just busy doing stuff. The original question that was posed was whether or not Bryan could have been at home, even sleeping, and still pinged the tower. And I never got a chance to ask him that. But.
And I want to say that might have been what was brought up, and that's the reason why I had asked how far out the towers would pick a ping up or whatever. But
yeah, but it wouldn't ping on their router.
So how many times was it
you
said?
have to be close proximity for that.
So all these 12 times, are they saying that their router picked him up, his phone up?
I don't remember.
I don't think it actually says that.
Which that could be information that they have that they just didn't include in the PCA. Because, I mean, if they don't have it in proof that all those 12 times that their router didn't pick his phone up, even if he didn't log into the Wi-Fi, and Taylor's she's gonna poke holes all in that.
Well, the 12 times is in the PCA, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and I think if the other part is in there, it's right next to that or towards the end of it.
Okay, let me see. You damn near have to memorize the PCA to know where to look because there's so much in it.
Yeah, I've been looking at it a few times in just the last day or two, and I agree. It's well, I mean, the wording and stuff becomes a little confusing too, and there's a lot of clerical errors a little bit too. So,
yeah, because on that one about Dylan and Bethany's phone, and they put suspect video, and I believe they meant to put vehicle there.
The wording I remember was that it attempted to connect to a Wi-Fi network at least one time. That's kind of the verbiage I remember. And I think it was official, but I don't know.
Okay. And I still haven't found where it says that he went into airplane mode. But I remember reading it. I just don't remember where exactly it's at.
I also did look up 24-hour stores in the area, and there was only 2 that I could find, and one of them is a convenience store, maybe a gas station, and the other was a Winco, and the Winco is I would guess definitely close enough to make those pings. Minus the Wi-Fi connection, that is, because you have to be within like a block or less, I think, for that.
Okay. All right, so that's where they found his car at WSU.
I'm just wondering if you could be closer for that ping, like on Walenta, because that whole area they say is like a bowl. So, it's lower than you, so it might be easier to connect.
Possibility. Okay. I know it's in here. It's going to take me a minute to find it. It would have just been so much easier if they would have just put everything in order instead of bouncing around.
There was something that Trollbusters mentioned at the very beginning of the show, almost that I agreed with too, which is like there's got to be a reason why Kopaka's case is not closed,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I don't
It-
understand that either. And I agree. I definitely agreed with what he had to say about that.
Because you know, if a case is still open and you send in a FOIA request, they're not going to send you anything back. And that, there's got to be some reason that they're not doing it. So, all right. Search warrant. Okay, so this isn't it. Oh my gosh, this thing is just. Yeah. All right, so they went between. So it's got to be somewhere in here. This is talking about all the phones.
Yeah, I feel like you're getting close now.
Okay, so I was able to determine estimate location from November the 12th. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, so maybe this is where it's talking about what I was trying to find earlier. So 242, he was still at home. 247, he had done left. And then at 247, the phone stops reporting to the network. So 247 is the time that he either cut his phone off or put it in airplane mode. And then it comes back up at 4:48. So 2 hours. And they're saying that he left the house at 4:20. So that's 28 minutes. It took him to get back. No, wait, he wasn't back yet. He was south of Moscow near Blaine. He thought 26. He still wasn't back. Pullman. So about 5:30 is when he got back home. Somewhere around in there. So he was gone about 3 hours. Took him an hour to get back home from after leaving at 4:20. Now, what was the other thing I was supposed to be looking for?
Oh, whether or not it actually said something about trying to attempt to connect to the Wi-Fi or not.
Okay. All right. So this is talking about the next day when he went. So he was. All right. So cellular resources that would provide coverage to King Road resident between 9:12 and 9:21. He leaves the area at 9:21, and literally 11 minutes later, he's back at his apartment. So it doesn't make sense. Like, why did he go all the way back around the long way? Did he do that just to make sure that nobody was following him from their house?
I don't know, but that's a long time if you just want to like get off the streets, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so is 2 or 3 passes in front of a place that you're just about to do some really crazy stuff at.
Right. Let's see. It's got to be through here somewhere. Trace. Okay, so December the 23rd was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current perspective. Location information and pin registered trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in the case prior to the event or the offense. Conducted surveillance on the King Road residence. Was in contact. Okay. Let's see any locations. December 23rd. Okay, open. See, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June to present, the time period authorized by the court. So the phone utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to the area of 1122 on at least 12 occasions prior to November the 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. So one of the occasions, the 21st of August, 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to King Road residents. So he was at their house like an hour. 2 minutes later, he gets pulled over by the cops. Do you see anything on here? Or saying if it picked his phone up?
No, I was out watching interviews with the parents too, so I mean, I could be confused, but I could have swore it was like kind of an official thing that I had read, but either way, if depending on like if those 12 times all include a handshake, then I'd be a little more impressed, I guess.
Okay, approximately 520 phone use service to provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. Okay, so the phone stopped reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 to 8:30. So where was he at for those 3 hours? So this is consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the areas immediately following the suspected time and the homicides occurred. So did he go back to that area for some reason? See, this is like you see different things each time you go back over it and read it. I mean, it picking his phone up, it could be in there somewhere, and I'm still not seeing it. But that doesn't mean that it's not in there. I don't see it, but I'll have to go back through it and just like sit down one day and just read it very carefully because I'm just going through it then. I could have missed it. And what were you about to say?
I was just gonna say, that's why I've been wondering all along, I guess, about, I don't know, just everything is, very confusing, obviously, between conflicting information. Most of it, well, I mean, yeah, a lot of it from law enforcement, even.
For sure.
It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to push past getting all that done, and where's the rest of the evidence? Short timeline and lack of evidence that we know of at the moment.
Yeah, and the only real like physical evidence they have is the sheep, but the rest is circumstantial.
Technically, it's all circumstantial, in my opinion. Because like touch DNA can be transferred very easily from one person to another.
Correct.
Clothing or just in the air itself, even because it's literally skin cells that we shed every day, tons of them.
So I say, like with the vehicle, if they don't have a license plate, they can't say that unless they have a picture of the person driving or people in the vehicle. They can't say with certainty that that's his vehicle.
I wonder if they have it like on that camera that was picking the car up, or just any cameras along the way that they're claiming that he went. Did they have him sitting in the driver's seat, or even just in a car?
I would think if they had that, they would have had his car a long time ago because they know what the vehicle was.
I feel like though, if they would have, it would have been in the PCA too, just to kind of give it more uh, proof that they really need that arrest warrant because they have the right person. Wait, what did Tonka say?
You just got to hope they have more evidence they're not showing.
Wait, Tonka, which information? Thank you, Daylight. Yeah, there's no telling. I think we're only getting 5% of what they have.
I mean, if they're going to convict them and involve the death penalty, I hope you're right.
Yeah, if they're going to pursue the death penalty, they need to be 1,000% sure that they have it all and they have it right and they've got the right person. There's no doubt in anybody's mind. Because, like I've said it 1,000 times, you don't want an innocent person or somebody that didn't do these murders to go for the death penalty. Like, you want the actual person who did it.
One of the things I was thinking about earlier in the broadcast tonight was, whether or not they bring the death penalty might be telling to the amount of evidence that there might be that we haven't seen, I guess. Because with the evidence that's been presented thus far, I have my doubts whether they could push it.
Okay. Michelle Brooke in chat says, I think you may take a plea if they take the DP off the table.
I don't think so. If he's all what everybody claims him to be, and that's just by looking at a person, not even knowing him. I saw someone call him misogynist just now. If he's that person, he's not going to ever say he's guilty.
I don't think that I don't think he would ever admit to it. I really don't. I could be wrong. I don't think he would. Even with the death penalty, I don't think he would.
I don't think he'll testify, period.
Now, I could see him wanting to. I don't see Ann Taylor letting him.
It could only hurt him. He can't help him. He can't prove what he says.
Right. But just the fact that he's egotistical and narcissistic, I can see him getting up on the stand and telling the story his way and trying to make the jury believe him. And him being just the ego thing. Like, this is my story and what I'm saying is the truth and blah, blah, blah. But I don't see his attorney allowing him to testify.
Well, his attorney can't stop him if he really wants to.
You think he would?
I don't think that he probably would, or that it would be maybe in his best interest at all, if unless it got to a point where maybe his lawyer even thought it was a good idea. But I especially don't think that he's going to plead anything but not guilty until they put the death penalty on the table itself. And probably not even then, you know.
No, I think his ego would let him take over at that point, and the whole court thing going on, the cameras, the attention that he's getting from all these females, the attention he's getting from the two female attorneys, even though it's in a professional capacity, he's still getting attention from them. Um, the social media attention, the news attention. If he pleads out and gets up, yeah, people are gonna watch it and talk about what he said and admits to, but then after that it ends. He gets a sentence of life in prison, and then that's it. But if it goes on and the whole trial goes on, and then you got this, there's a conviction, then you got the sentencing phase of it, like it keeps going longer, and that attention keeps going. And then once he goes to prison, people are going to try to keep up with him, what prison he's at, what's going on with him. It's just, and he'll like that.
Oh, what I'm to address the obsessed for Disneyland, what I'm saying is that yes, your touch DNA could actually get someplace that you've never been before. It's possible.
And that is a scary
it's happened.
thought.
It's happened. In fact, there's a case where DNA ended up under the fingernails of a victim, and it was still proven later that person was never at the scene.
Wow. That's a scary thought. And I think we were talking about that a while back. I don't remember who was on panel. Ray, you might have been up here with us that night, but we were talking about, like, if you go to Walmart and you want to look at a knife that they have for sale, and the cashier gets it out of the cabinet and lets you look at it and hold it, and then you decide not to buy it and you put it back in there. Well, I mean, you've literally just touched a knife that someone else could come right behind you and buy and go murder somebody with it. And there's your DNA.
Yeah, we talked about that, but I've also said we have oils on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
And if you touch a button and touch a DNA, if you touch that leather, you're going to leave a fingerprint, and it's not going to be able to be taken out. Actually, if you put like some leather oil on it, it'll make it more prominent.
Right. Just a scary thought, though, about the whole touch DNA and skin cells and
I believe they did refer to it specifically as single source touch DNA, King Scarlet. Single source touch DNA.
And you don't think about stuff like that until you get into true crime and you start like covering and following these cases, and then all of this stuff like this pops up, and the DNA and the skin cells and your fingerprints and all that. And Daylight wanted me to ask real quick for the panel's opinion. Do y'all think that Bryan skinned the dog Buddy that had went missing a couple of weeks before the murders, and then the owners ended up finding him?
I don't think so.
Ray, what you think? Is Ray still here?
Oh no, I kept trying to get my mic off mute.
Oh, okay.
You already know. I presume him innocent. I don't think he skinned no dogs.
Okay.
I know a lot of people think that this wasn't his first time. If he did it, I think it was his first time. I always have thought from the very beginning this was SA motivated, and that Maddie was the target. Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. Ethan wasn't supposed to be there.
Right.
And the person, I think, knew who was supposed to be there and was surprised that there was other people there.
Okay. Go ahead,
Can we find the DNA on the sheath thing? Because I kind of want to put this to bed, whether it was just single source male DNA or touch DNA.
Yeah, let me
Because
get
I mean,
it
I
pulled
could
up
be
here.
wrong.
1 second.
Yeah, that was my dog Riddler. He passed away some months ago now. I miss him very much. He was one of the best dogs in the universe.
Okay, I got. Excuse me. All right, let me find. Okay, so the sheet was later processed, had K-Bar USMC, the United States Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia. Okay, so the Idaho lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. It's just,
Okay. Well, I don't know for sure where I got touch DNA from then, but that's how it was welded in my brain.
we hear so many things from so many different places or read it, and I know for me anyway, I may remember something, but I don't remember if I read it or if I listened to it or where I seen it, whether excuse me, whether it was Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. I just know I seen it or heard it. Let's see. Is it true that his touch DNA isn't going to be used now at the trial? Somebody else said something about them throwing it out.
Well, the lawyer channel that I like on YouTube that everyone knows about, I think he believes that they have his DNA now, so they don't need the other resourced DNA.
Because do y'all remember the guy that lived by Bryan in Washington? I don't remember if it was one of his neighbors or maybe a student or something that was in one of Bryan's classes that he was a TA for. But he said that Bryan had mentioned about him sending in his DNA to one of those genealogical websites. So they already had his DNA. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like what they found on the knife sheath versus if they did get the DNA from this genealogical site, and I don't remember which one it was. But it seems like they would use all that.
But my thing is, if he had actually sent it in, because that again is hearsay that somebody said he said it. You know what I mean?
Right.
They
Yeah,
would
because
already have. They'd already have his DNA on record, and they wouldn't have to get the DNA through the dead.
Right. I don't know. It's just one of those other crazy things that my brain gets to thinking about, and I'll rack my brain over it for I don't know how long, and then I'll find something else to rack my brain over. But I mean, all these people that are coming out, we really don't know if anything they're saying is true. Honestly, I mean, anybody can come out for their 5 seconds of fame, and later on, when this is all said and done and over with, and Bryan is either convicted in life in prison or on death row, or if he's not convicted, people can always go back and say, "Oh, I made comments on that case. I was a part of that case," or however they want to classify it. Case,
I really want to hope that they got the right guy, because if not, all this time and effort and money has been wasted.
True, and if
Because they're
he's
not
not,
looking for anybody else.
I mean, if he's not the guy, then the person who done it, it's still out there. And if they're not looking for anybody else, they don't know who this person is. This person could be doing this to other people. He can come back to their town and do it again. So and that's what I said. In my heart, I think they have the right person. But when it comes down to the trial and the evidence, I hope that they are able to prove, no matter what, if it's death penalty, life in prison, whatever, that they can, without a shadow of a doubt, prove 1000% that it is Bryan Kohberger. Because even though I think that they have the right person, I still don't want an innocent person going to prison if they didn't do anything.
I still feel like if he really asked if others were arrested upon being arrested for a quadruple homicide, that he definitely has knowledge or involvement. Like there's really no getting around that if it's true, and that's
Right.
without any other evidence. I mean, there's no reason to. I mean, a lot of people contend that maybe he's trying to throw people off, but I don't feel that at all. If that's true.
Because, I mean, even whenever he was arrested, and they said that he had asked that, about anybody else had been arrested. Some people were thinking maybe he was talking about his parents. Like, was he worried about his parents or whatever getting arrested because he was arrested at their house? And maybe cops thought that the parents knew what he had done and was basically harboring him.
I've stated before that statement again. That's hearsay again. There's not an
Yeah.
actual name put to it, and that's somebody saying somebody else said something.
Oh yeah, that was it Bryan Enton that said that he confirmed it with someone in the police department out in Pennsylvania right after Bryan was arrested? I can't remember if he's the one that said it, but I remember one of those news people saying that he confirmed that Bryan said that, but he didn't give a name of who said it.
Yeah, if you eliminate that as a possibility due to hearsay, then I kind of have questions about all of it.
Okay.
Like King Scarlet was saying, they got corroborating info with the car and the camera and the phone and stuff, but
Right.
that still doesn't. I mean, other than the DNA being present at all, it still doesn't say that he was there. I mean, except for the connecting to Wi-Fi, if that's true. I mean,
Right. But
and if they
did
should
he
have.
connect that morning though? Like, because I don't think Mr. Gonzalez ever said what time he was in the area that he actually connected to the router. So was it the morning of the murders? Um, I mean, will a phone in airplane mode, will it still try to connect to a Wi-Fi router?
And what time was that connection at?
Right.
Was
They're
that
gonna.
attempted connection?
I mean, they're gonna have to prove that he was in the house at that time. Like that's what it's gonna come down to, I think.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying all along too that those handshakes are gonna matter a whole lot more than the phone pings.
Mm-hmm. All right. Riddler said, "Let me ask a question. Had they never arrested anyone? Do you think that there would be more victims in Moscow?"
My opinion, I say no.
I don't know about Moscow. Probably not Pullman because that's where he's from. But possibly other. What other colleges is close to there? There's one in Boise, right?
Yeah, you got Boise State. I think it's State.
And let's see. Is there one in Spokane? And honestly, you don't know if it would. If there would have been, we don't technically know if it would have been a college student or not.
I agree with Scarlett. If you're doing everything in that small time frame, I don't see how you wouldn't have some real serious DNA from victims and the perpetrator on the scene. Like, and the other thing I've been thinking about too is you know, I can't even remember where I was at the time, but like boxing rounds are a few minutes apiece, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, and they give them little breaks and stuff, but like it probably would be pretty physically exhausting to do all that
Just
in
think
that
of
short time.
it's almost like the adrenaline rush. Probably lasted after the person left the house, but after they come down off of that rush, that they had to be like super tired.
Yeah.
Hey Gina
Now,
Marie, how are you?
think about this. Dylan said he walked out.
Yeah, like he didn't, like he
After
wasn't
doing all
running.
that, just nonchalantly just walk out the house. That that tells me like kind of professional.
Like, dude's got some lungs on him. Like he's got good cardio. Um, did
Well,
he?
not even that. He's not even sweating it. He possibly walks by someone he saw looking at him and just keeps on walking, not running.
Yeah,
But
because you would
but
think
then
somebody who just
springs
murdered
out in
four.
the vehicle at a high rate of speed.
Right.
Like contradictory.
You would think that someone who had just murdered four kids, especially if there was only one target and he wasn't expecting the other murders to have to happen, that he would be wanting to get out of there as quick as possible. And he just walks past her. He literally walks out of, from the way of Xana's room, past an open bedroom door with a person standing in it who sees him, and just out the back door, gets in his car, and then leaves.
And I thought about those. So Dylan opened her door at least 3 times.
Four
And the
times
first
total.
time, I think it was 4, I'm not sure, but at least 3 times. And the first time was at 4:04
Okay, let me go back and find
when she
that.
like heard the dog.
Okay, all right, so this is
I
like
just wonder
another.
what was the time she opened the door the other times. Like when he was walking out the house, what time was that? If she knew exactly what time she opened the door when Kaylee was supposedly playing with the dog.
Okay, let me see, because I know it says in here. Okay, so DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, DM says that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of "There's someone here." So probably she was woke up at 4 o'clock, probably a minute or two later, maybe about 4:04. Uh, she thought she heard Kaylee say that there was someone there.
But the vehicle was seen on camera at 4:04.
Right. So, okay, let me find it right here. So, a review, because they're saying that could have been Xana because of her being on TikTok. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cell phone indicated that she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12. So, was it 4:12? Well, but let's just say between 4:04 and 4:12, she would have heard what she thought was Kaylee saying someone was there. While that's going on, Xana's downstairs on TikTok. Might have had earbuds in or something like that. Didn't know what was going on upstairs, possibly. Uh, okay, so DM stated that she looked out of her door but didn't see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Approximately 4:17, the security camera next door picks up the audio. Let's see. DM stated that she opened her door for a third time after she heard crying and saw. Okay, so it was 3 times, not 4. A figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She gives the description and says the male walked past her as she stood in a frozen shocked phase. The male walked towards the back sliding door. DM locked herself in the room. After seeing the male, she did not state that she recognized the male. This leads to investigators to believe that the murderer had left the scene. So they don't give specific times of her opening the door. So, I mean, if they're seeing a car at 4:04 go into the house and then it leaves at 4:20, like,
Someone in the chat mentioned, could that be the DoorDash driver? And I mean, if they were slow getting out of there, it's possible, or some. I mean, it's not impossible.
yeah, and maybe she just didn't know the times that she opened her door. She just knows that she was woke up at 4:00. I mean, usually I get woke up in the middle of the night. First thing I do is grab my phone to see what time it is, and she could have done that. And then goes to hearing all this stuff, and she didn't pay attention to the time.
And then what time was the dog barking and stuff recorded on the other camera that was like 50 feet away from the house?
417.
417 right here. So 417, the security camera picks up the distorted audio, what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud, and then the dog could be heard barking numerous times, starting at 417. And 420, the car seen leaving the house.
Yeah, and that's when dogs usually bark, is when someone's coming or going, right?
Right. So the camera picks up the sounds, and then 3 minutes later, the car's leaving. So that's literally picking up the sounds of what they're saying without saying it, is the murder's happening. But yet he walks out of the house and gets to his car, and then the car leaves, all of that in 3 minutes.
And they mention a thud noise too, which
Right.
could be a door maybe, or maybe just something falling. I mean, it's like,
yeah,
kind of hard to
right,
say for sure, but a thud, I mean, like when I think of a thud, I mean, like a door shutting kind of makes a noise like that, or someone falling.
Yeah, but 50 feet away to pick that up, that's got to be a loud thud.
That's what I'm saying. If it's outside the house, 50 feet away from Xana's room, from the outside of Xana's room, Dylan is in the house on the same floor, literally, I'll give her 30 feet away from Xana's room. She had to have heard something. She had to have. And it might have been some scary noises that she heard. And maybe that's why she was in a frozen shock phase.
But also, I think she could hear Kaylee playing with the dog, but she didn't hear the dog barking when it was picked up 50 feet away.
Maybe the sounds from inside the house of what was going on drowned out the sound of the dog barking. Because she would have been closer. Well, no, maybe not. I would say maybe she was about the same distance up the stairs to Kaylee's room as she would have been to Xana's room.
Well, am I wrong? Which room is above which room?
Okay. Second and okay, so where Bethany's room is, the living room is directly above hers. Where the other bedroom on the first floor is, Xana's room is directly above hers. Where Dylan's room is, the bathroom on the third floor and Maddie's room is above Dylan's room. And then Kaylee's room is above the kitchen. So really, the only two rooms that had people in it would have been right there sharing a wall or a floor would have been Dylan's room and Maddie's room. Because Bethany would have been bottom floor, opposite side of the house of Xana's room, and 2 floors down from Maddie's room, but further, like up in front of the house and behind Bethany's room, that back wall there was in the ground because it's built into that hill. So more than likely, she probably didn't hear anything from Maddie's room, but I would think she might have heard what some things that happened in Xana's.
No, what I was thinking is Dylan would have heard what was happening in Maddie's room if it was noise. You know, I don't think I really think whoever came in stealthily. If not,
Right.
they are already there.
Possible. I mean, he could have snuck right on in there and snuck up the stairs, and Dylan never even heard it. Obsessed for Disneyland. Have a good night. I'm gonna be following right behind you in a few minutes.
Or
The-
they could have snuck up on top of that deck on the third floor and came in that way.
I thought about that too. Uh, is there a way that he could have got up there and
Um,
went in that sliding glass door on the third
well,
floor?
wasn't he fit? Wasn't he into like
Kickbox,
martial arts or whatever? I mean, a lot of kids know
kickboxing. Yeah,
parkour now. It's very easy to just jump, grab the ledge, and pull yourself up.
yeah. He did kickboxing. He was a runner, and I'm sure he possibly worked out. So I mean, he very well could have got himself up on that balcony on the third floor.
That one corner is like really close to the ground. I mean, I could
So
do
that
it
he
in my old ass.
Yeah, where that hill is, right there where he would have parked his car in that parking area back there off to the side, but behind the apartment buildings next door. He could have parked really close to that tree line and just ran and basically jumped over onto that balcony on the end where Maddie's room is. And if she was asleep, she probably would have never heard it. Or if they had music playing, or if they were talking, or trying to call Jack D during that time, or anything like that, they possibly wouldn't have heard it. All right, let me.
The part I have a hard time about no one hearing would be Xana and Ethan, especially Xana having defensive wounds apparently.
Yeah, and there was a source that came out and said that hers were so bad on her hands that her fingers were almost severed from her grabbing the knife. If
I
you
heard that.
if you grab a knife and it slices through your hands and you're able to scream, you're going to scream. Just think of a paper cut. How bad a paper cut hurts. Just think of a big knife slicing through your hands.
Yeah, like I was saying before, I've cut myself pretty bad, and if it's a real like, I was washing glasses as a bartender with the automatic scrubber, and it was like a fluted glass, and it broke, and a piece of glass went like right through, basically underneath my pinky, and I didn't know for sure. I mean, it was clean enough that I didn't know for sure until I seen that like the glass was in there, and then
Right.
I didn't make really any noise about it, but I think that in that case it would be much different, because
Yeah, I
you're being
mean,
attacked.
right. Because whether it was he attacked Xana first or he attacked Ethan first, either way, somebody saw the other one getting attacked. And if he hadn't got to that person yet, they're going to be screaming like help or stop or something. I don't think they're just going to sit back and watch the other one get attacked and not say anything.
You got to think that had to happen twice because there's two people in each room.
Yeah,
I
I'm just
mean, you
wondering.
can't dispatch two people at the same time unless you're, Jackie Chan or something.
I mean, I even said that like when he was in Maddie's room, when he was murdering the first victim. Let's just say they were asleep. Uh, did the other one wake up, or was there any screaming, or did he do something that where they could? I don't see him and Ethan. I don't see Ethan allowing him to. If Ethan tried, I don't think I see Ethan allowing Bryan or whoever did this to attack Xana and not put up a fight. I don't. Ethan's a big dude. Bryan's a big dude. Mr. Gonzalez said there was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Well, you got to think. We don't even know if really the two girls upstairs were like going to or sleeping in the same bed. It could have been one of them heard something and went to the other room and caught the act. You know what I mean? And
Right, especially with Dylan saying that she thought she heard Kaylee say someone is there. Maybe Kaylee was in her room, and Maddie
that's
was
why
in
the
her
dog
room.
was in the room by itself with the door shut because she went to check and
Walked
ended
in on
up getting
something.
caught up.
Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. And Scott and Chad said, "Well, what about chloroform?" I didn't honestly, I didn't even
I
think
would
about
think
that.
there'd be evidence of it, at least around the face,
Right? Yeah, but we wouldn't know that until the trial.
trial.
I don't know. It's going to be, like I said, very interesting when this goes to trial. We're going to hear all kind of stuff that we're not even going to want to hear because it's going to be probably bad, sad, emotional, heartbreaking. Let's see. One time I fell on my knee next to a beam at college. There was a metal decoration. Ew. Cut my leg deeply and it didn't hurt or bleed until I realized it. Oh, well, Amicus.
Yeah, I've been cut, sliced so many times. I can't remember. I had glass jammed up under my middle finger knuckle.
Oh. Yeah, Troll had a glass one time. He got a hot glass out of the dishwasher and put it under the ice maker. And I guess when that cold ice hit that
Shattered.
hot glass, it shattered in his hand and cut his index finger. And I had to take him to the hospital that night. They had to do emergency surgery on him because his finger was just barely there. It was super deep, gapped open, sliced up towards his thumb. Uh, yeah, and to this day, he still can't feel that index finger that good. Let me check the chat one more time, y'all, before I have to get out of here for the night. I think I pretty much caught up.
And also, sometimes when you get sliced like that, you don't even feel it until it starts bleeding.
Yeah, you kind of have to look to see.
I hit my shin with an axe. It like bounced off the block of wood I was cutting and hit my shin, and it kind of hurt like a bruise, but I didn't notice it was cut until blood just started gushing down my leg.
Oh wow.
I ran through a plate glass door once when I was a kid, and I had a cut on my leg. I was wearing some thicker denim pants, and they were dark colored, maybe black even, or dark blue. And I didn't know I was cut on my leg until my dad noticed that my pant leg was wet.
Oh wow.
And it was the biggest of two cuts.
Ugh. That hurts thinking about that.
I was extremely lucky, like super lucky, because it was a plate glass door, and there was like a big triangular chunk that landed flat on my back. And if it would have landed any other way, I probably wouldn't be talking to you all right now.
Oh wow. Well, at least you're okay after that happened.
Yeah. And it was all just a race to the refrigerator. I was staying at a friend's house, and we were camping out in the backyard, and decided to race to see who got in there quickest. And his mother kept the door very, very clean, and I thought it was wide open, and I just went right through it.
Right through it. Oh wow. That hurts just thinking about it.
So I think about like Kaylee's, wounds were worse, and I was thinking maybe whoever did it was angry because they got interrupted.
That's a good theory. I mean, that might have been what happened. Maybe he was there for Maddie, and if she heard it going on, and of course, I mean, natural reaction, she's going to walk in and check on her friend, and she walked in and attacked her then. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to get out of here for the night. It's like 3:30 where I'm at.
All right. Well, thanks for having me as always, and thanks for broadcasting.
You're welcome.
I definitely appreciate the think tank. I think it's.
Well, we always enjoy you
It
coming
helps.
up. It's been another good panel. Michelle, have a good night. So yeah, thank you so much for coming up and joining us for tonight.
Yeah. God bless everyone, and have a good Memorial Day.
Well, thank you. You too.
Yeah, happy holidays all.
Yeah, hopefully everyone has a safe Memorial Day.
Amen.
All right, 99. Love you.
All right, you guys have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Roger, have a good night. And thank you, Michelle. Yes, take your time to honor the fallen veterans. Yes. So I'm going to get out of here. I love you all. Thank you to everybody who came up on panel. All the super chats. You guys are awesome. Make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way out. And I'm going to go. And I love y'all. And I hope y'all have a good night, morning, day, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow.